Bill the Bloodhound by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzinski. Bill the Bloodhound by P.G. Wodehouse. There's a divinity that shapes our ends. Consider the case of Henry Pifield Rice, detective. I must explain Henry early to avoid disappointment. If I simply said he was a detective and let it go at that, I should be obtaining the reader's interest under false pretenses. He was really only a sort of detective, a species of sleuth. At Stafford's International Investigation Bureau, in the Strand, where he was employed, they did not require him to solve mysteries which had baffled the police. He had never measured a footprint in his life, and what he did not know about bloodstains would have filled a library. The sort of job they gave Henry was to stand outside a restaurant in the rain and note what time someone inside left it. In short, it is not Pifield Rice, Investigator Number 1, The Adventure of the Maharaja's Ruby, that I submit to your notice, but the unsensational doings of a quite commonplace young man, variously known to his comrades at the Bureau as Fathead, That Blighter What's-His-Name, and Here You. Henry lived in a boarding house in Guildford Street. One day a new girl came to the boarding house and sat next to Henry at meals. Her name was Alice Weston. She was small and quiet and rather pretty. They got on splendidly. Their conversation, at first confined to the weather and the moving pictures, rapidly became more intimate. Henry was surprised to find that she was on the stage in the chorus. Previous chorus girls at the boarding house had been of a more pronounced type. Good girls, but noisy and apt to wear beauty spots. Alice Weston was different. "I'm rehearsing at present," she said. "I'm going out on tour next month in The Girl from Brighton. What do you do, Mr. Rice?" Henry paused for a moment before replying. He knew how sensational he was going to be. "I'm a detective." Usually, when he told girls his profession, squeaks of amazed admiration greeted him. Now he was chagrined to perceive in the brown eyes that met his distinct disapproval. "What's the matter?" he said, a little anxiously, for even at this early stage of their acquaintance he was conscious of a strong desire to win her approval. "Don't you like detectives?" "I don't know. Somehow, I shouldn't have thought you were one." This restored Henry's equanimity somewhat. Naturally, a detective does not want to look like a detective and give the whole thing away right at the start. "I think you won't be offended." "Go on." "I've always looked on it as a sneaky job." "Sneaky?" moaned Henry. "Well, creeping about, spying on people." Henry was appalled. She had defined his own trade to a nicety. There might be detectives whose work was above this reproach, but he was a confirmed creeper and he knew it. It wasn't his fault. The boss told him to creep, and he crept. If he declined to creep, he would be sacked instanter. It was hard, and yet he felt the sting of her words, and in his bosom the first seeds of dissatisfaction with his occupation took root. You might have thought that this frankness on the girl's part would have kept Henry from falling in love with her. Certainly the dignified thing would have been to change his seat at table and take his meals next to someone who appreciated the romance of detective work a little more. But no, he remained where he was, and presently Cupid, who never shoots with a surer aim than through the steam of boarding-house hash, sniped him where he sat. He proposed to Alice Weston. She refused him. "It's not because I'm not fond of you. I think you're the nicest man I ever met." A good deal of assiduous attention had enabled Henry to win this place in her affections. He had worked patiently and well before actually putting his fortune to the test. "I'd marry you tomorrow if things were different. But I'm on the stage, and I mean to stick there. Most of the girls want to get off it, but not me. And one thing I'll never do is marry someone who isn't in the profession. My sister Genevieve did, and look what happened to her. She married a commercial traveler. And take it from me, he traveled. She never saw him for more than 5 minutes in the year, except when he was selling gents' hosiery in the same town where she was doing her refined specialty. And then he'd just wave his hand and whiz by and start traveling again. My husband has got to be close by, where I can see him. I'm sorry, Henry, but I know I'm right. It seemed final, but Henry did not wholly despair. He was a resolute young man. You have to be to wait outside restaurants in the rain for any length of time. He had an inspiration. He sought out a dramatic agent. I want to go on the stage in musical comedy. Let's see you dance. I can't dance. Sing? Said the agent. Stop singing, added the agent hastily. You go away and have a nice cup of hot tea, said the agent soothingly, and you'll be as right as anything in the morning. Henry went away. A few days later, at the bureau, his fellow detective Simmons hailed him. Here, you! The boss wants you. Buck up. Mr. Stafford was talking into the telephone. He replaced the receiver as Henry entered. Oh, Rice, here's a woman wants her husband shadowed while he's on the road. He's an actor. I'm sending you. Go to this address and get photographs and all particulars. You'll have to catch the 11 o'clock train on Friday. Yes, sir. He's in The Girl from Brighton Company. They open at Bristol. It sometimes seemed to Henry as if fate did it on purpose. If the commission had had to do with any other company, it would have been well enough, for, professionally speaking, it was the most important with which he had ever been entrusted. If he had never met Alice Weston and heard her views upon detective work, he would have been pleased and flattered. Things being as they were, it was Henry's considered opinion that fate had slipped one over on him. In the first place, what torture to be always near her, unable to reveal himself, to watch her while she disported herself in the company of other men. He would be disguised, and she would not recognize him, but he would recognize her, and his sufferings would be dreadful. In the second place, to have to do his creeping around and spying, practically in her presence. Still, business was business. At 5 minutes to 11, on the morning named, he was at the station, a false beard and spectacles shielding his identity from this public eye. If you had asked him, he would have said he was a Scots businessman. As a matter of fact, he looked far more like a motor car coming through a haystack. The platform was crowded. Friends of the company had come to see the company off. Henry looked on discreetly from behind a stout porter, whose bulk formed a capital screen. In spite of himself, he was impressed. The stage at close quarters always thrilled him. He recognized celebrities. The fat man in the brown suit was Walter Jelliffe, the comedian and star of the company. He stared keenly at him through the spectacles. Others of the famous were scattered about. He saw Alice. She was talking to a man with a face like a hatchet, and smiling, too, as if she enjoyed it. Behind the matted foliage which he had inflicted on his face, Henry's teeth came together with a snap. In the weeks that followed, as he dogged The Girl from Brighton Company from town to town, it would be difficult to say whether Henry was happy or unhappy. On the one hand, to realize that Alice was so near and yet so inaccessible was a constant source of misery. Yet, on the other, he could not but admit that he was having the very dickens of a time loafing around the country like this. He was made for this sort of life, he considered. Fate had placed him in a London office, but what he really enjoyed was this unfettered travel. Some gypsy strain in him rendered even the obvious discomforts of theatrical touring agreeable. He liked catching trains. He liked invading strange hotels. Above all, he reveled in the artistic pleasure of watching unsuspecting fellow-men as if they were so many ants. That was really the best part of the whole thing. It was all very well for Alice to talk about creeping and spying, But if he considered it without bias, there was nothing degrading about it at all. It was an art. It took brains and a genius for disguise to make a man a successful creeper and spyer. You couldn't simply say to yourself, "I will creep." If you attempted to do it in your own person, you would be detected instantly. You had to be an adept at masking your personality. You had to be one man at Bristol and another quite different man at Hull, especially if, like Henry, you were of a gregarious disposition and liked the society of actors. The stage had always fascinated Henry. To meet even minor members of the profession off the boards gave him a thrill. There was a resting juvenile of fit-up caliber at his boarding house who could always get a shilling out of him simply by talking about how he had jumped in and saved the show at the hamlets which he had visited in the course of his wanderings. And on this Girl from Brighton tour, he was in constant touch with men who really amounted to something. Walter Jelliffe had been a celebrity when Henry was going to school, and Sidney Crane, the baritone, and others of the lengthy cast were all players not unknown in London. Henry courted them assiduously. It had not been hard to scrape acquaintance with them. The principals of the company always put up at the best hotel, and, his expenses being paid by his employer, so did Henry. It was the easiest thing possible to bridge with a well-timed whiskey and soda the gulf between non-acquaintance and warm friendship. Walter Jelliffe, in particular, was peculiarly accessible. Every time Henry accosted him, as a different individual, of course, and renewed in a fresh disguise the friendship which he had enjoyed at the last town, Walter Jelliffe met him more than halfway. It was in the 6th week of the tour that the comedian, promoting him from a mere casual acquaintanceship, invited him to come up to his room and smoke a cigar. Henry was pleased and flattered. Jelliffe was a personage, always surrounded by admirers, and the compliment was consequently of a high order. He lit his cigar among his friends at the Green Room Club. It was unanimously held that Walter Jelliffe's cigars brought him within the scope of the law forbidding the carrying of concealed weapons. But Henry would have smoked the gift of such a man if it had been a cabbage leaf. He puffed away contentedly. He was made up as an old Indian colonel that week, and he complimented his host on the aroma with a fine old-world courtesy. Walter Jelliffe seemed gratified. "Quite comfortable?" he asked. "Quite, I thank you," said Henry, fondling his silver mustache. "That's right. And now tell me, old man, which of us is it you're trailing?" Henry nearly swallowed his cigar. "What do you mean?" "Oh, come," protested Jelliffe. "There is no need to keep it up with me. I know you're a detective. The question is, who's the man you're after? That's what we've all been wondering all this time." All? They had all been wondering? It was worse than Henry could have imagined. Till now he had pictured his position with regard to the Girl from Brighton company rather as that of some scientist who, seeing but unseen, keeps a watchful eye on the denizens of a drop of water under his microscope. And they had all detected him, every one of them. It was a stunning blow. If there was one thing on which Henry prided himself, it was the impenetrability of his disguises. He might be slow, he might be on the stupid side, but he could disguise himself. He had a variety of disguises, each designed to befog the public more hopelessly than the last. Going down the street, you would meet a typical commercial traveler, dapper and alert. Anon, you encountered a heavily bearded Australian. Later, maybe, it was a courteous old retired colonel who stopped you and inquired the way to Trafalgar Square. Still later, a rather flashy individual of the sporting type asked you for a match for his cigar. Would you have suspected for one instant that each of these widely differing personalities was in reality one man? Certainly you would. Henry did not know it, but he had achieved, in the eyes of the small servant who answered the front doorbell at his boarding house, a well-established reputation as a humorist of the more practical kind. It was his habit to try his disguises on her. He would ring the bell, inquire for the landlady, and when Bella had gone, leap up the stairs to his room. Here he would remove the disguise, resume his normal appearance, and come downstairs again, humming a careless air. Bella, meanwhile, in the kitchen, would be confiding to her ally, the cook, that Mr. Rice had just come in, looking sort of funny again. He sat and gaped at Walter Jelliffe. The comedian regarded him curiously. "You look at least 100 years old," he said. "What are you made up as? A piece of gorgonzola?" Henry glanced at the mirror. Yes, he did look rather old. He must have overdone some of the lines in his forehead. He looked something between a youngish centenarian and a nonagenarian who had seen a good deal of trouble. "If you knew how you were demoralizing the company," Jelliffe went on, "you would drop it. As steady and quiet a lot of boys as ever you met till you come along. Now they do nothing but bet on what disguise you're going to choose for the next town. I don't see why you need to change so often. You were all right as the Scotsman at Bristol. We were all saying how nice you looked. You should have stuck to that. But what do you do at Hull but roll in a scrubby mustache and a tweed suit looking rotten? However, all that is beside the point. It's a free country. If you like to spoil your beauty, I suppose, there's no law against it. What I want to know is who's the man. Whose track are you sniffing on, Bill? You'll pardon my calling you Bill. You're known as Bill the Bloodhound in the company. Who's the man?" "Never mind," said Henry. He was aware, as he had made it, that it was not a very able retort, but he was feeling too limp for satisfactory repartee. Criticisms in the bureau, dealing with his alleged solidity of skull, he did not resent. He attributed them to man's natural desire to chaff his fellow man. But to be unmasked by the general public in this way was another matter. It struck at the root of all things. "But I do mind," objected Jelliffe. "It's most important. A lot of money hangs on it. We've got a sweepstakes on in the company, the holder of the winning name to take the entire receipts. Come on, who is he?" Henry rose and made for the door. His feelings were too deep for words. Even a minor detective has his professional pride, and the knowledge that his espionage is being made the basis of sweepstakes by his quarry cuts this to the quick. "Here, don't go. Where are you going?" "Back to London," said Henry bitterly. "It's a lot of good my staying here now, isn't it?" "I should say that it was, to me. Don't be in a hurry. You're thinking that, now we know all about you, your utility as a sleuth has waned to some extent. Is that it?" "Well?" "Well, why worry? What does it matter to you? You don't get paid by results, do you? Your boss said, trail along. Well, do it then. I should hate to lose you. I don't suppose you know it, but you've been the best mascot this tour that I've ever come across. Right from the start, we've been playing it to enormous business. I'd rather kill a black cat than lose you. Drop the disguises and stay with us. Come behind all you want and be sociable." A detective is only human. The less of a detective, the more human he is. Henry was not much of a detective, and his human traits were consequently highly developed. From a boy, he had never been able to resist curiosity. If a crowd collected in the street, he always added himself to it, and he would have stopped to gape at a window with "Watch this window" written on it, if he had been running for his life from wild bulls. He was, and always had been, intensely desirous of some day penetrating behind the scenes of a theater. And there was another thing. At last, if he accepted this invitation, he would be able to see and speak to Alice Weston and interfere with the maneuvers of the hatchet-faced man on whom he had brooded with suspicion and jealousy since that first morning at the station. To see Alice, perhaps with eloquence, to talk her out of that ridiculous resolve of hers. "Why, there's something in that," he said. Rather. Well, that's settled. And now, touching that sweep, who is it? I can't tell you that. You see, so far as that goes, I'm just where I was before. I can still watch, whoever it is I'm watching. Dash it, so you can. I didn't think of that, said Jelliffe, who possessed a sensitive conscience. Purely between ourselves, it isn't me, is it? Henry eyed him inscrutably. He could look inscrutable at times. Ah, he said, and left quickly with the feeling that, however poorly he had shown up during the actual interview, his exit had been good. He might have been a failure in the matter of disguise, but nobody could have put more quiet sinisterness into that "ah." It did much to soothe him and ensure a peaceful night's rest. On the following night, for the first time in his life, Henry found himself behind the scenes of a theater, and instantly began to experience all the complex emotions which came to the layman in that situation. That is to say, he felt like a cat which had strayed into a strange, hostile backyard. He was in a new world, inhabited by weird creatures who flitted about in an eerie semi-darkness, like brightly colored animals in a cavern. The Girl from Brighton was one of those exotic productions specially designed for the tired businessman. It relied for a large measure of its success on the size and appearance of its chorus, and on their constant change of costume. Henry, as a consequence, was the center of a kaleidoscopic whirl of feminine loveliness, dressed to represent such varying flora and fauna as rabbits, Parisian students, colleens, Dutch peasants, and daffodils. Musical comedy is the Irish stew of the drama. Anything may be put into it with the certainty that it will improve the general effect. He scanned the throng for a sight of Alice. Often as he had seen the piece in the course of its 6 weeks' wandering in the wilderness, he had never succeeded in recognizing her from the front of the house. Quite possibly, he thought, she might be on the stage already, hidden in a rose tree or some other shrub, ready at the signal to burst forth upon the audience in short skirts, for in The Girl from Brighton, almost anything could turn suddenly into a chorus girl. Then he saw her among the daffodils. She was not a particularly convincing daffodil, but she looked good to Henry. With wobbling knees, he butted his way through the crowd and seized her hand enthusiastically. "Why, Henry, where did you come from?" "I am glad to see you." "How did you get here?" "I am glad to see you." At this point, the stage manager, bellowing from the prompt box, urged Henry to desist. It is one of the mysteries of behind-the-scenes acoustics that a whisper from any minor member of the company can be heard all over the house, while the stage manager can burst himself without annoying the audience. Henry, awed by authority, relapsed into silence. From the unseen stage came the sound of someone singing a song about the moon. June was also mentioned. He recognized the song as one that had always bored him. He disliked the woman who was singing it, a Miss Clarice Weaver, who played the heroine of the piece to Sidney Crane's hero. In his opinion, he was not alone. Miss Weaver was not popular in the company. She had secured the role rather as a testimony of personal esteem from the management than because of any innate ability. She sang badly, acted indifferently, and was uncertain what to do with her hands. All these things might have been forgiven her, but she supplemented them by the crime known in stage circles as throwing her weight about. That is to say, she was hard to please, and when not pleased, apt to say so in no uncertain voice. To his personal friends, Walter Jelliffe had frequently confided that, though not a rich man, he was in the market with a substantial reward for anyone who was man enough to drop a ton of iron on Miss Weaver. Tonight the song annoyed Henry more than usual, for he knew that very soon the daffodils were due on the stage to cinch the verisimilitude of the scene by dancing the tango with the rabbits. He endeavored to make the most of the time at his disposal. "I am glad to see you," he said. "Shh," said the stage manager. Henry was discouraged. Romeo could not have made love under these conditions. And then, just when he was pulling himself together to begin again, she was torn from him by the exigencies of the play. He wandered moodily off into the dusty semi-darkness. He avoided the prompt box, whence he could have caught a glimpse of her, being loath to meet the stage manager just at present. Walter Jelliffe came up to him as he sat on a box and brooded on life. "A little less of the double forte, old man," he said. "Miss Weaver has been kicking about the noise on the side. She wanted you thrown out, but I said you were my mascot, and I would die sooner than part with you. But I should go easy on the chest notes, I think, all the same." Henry nodded moodily. He was depressed. He had the feeling which comes so easily to the intruder behind the scenes that nobody loved him. The piece proceeded. From the front of the house, roars of laughter indicated the presence on the stage of Walter Jelliffe, while now and then a lethargic silence suggested that Miss Clarice Weaver was in action. From time to time, the empty space about him filled with girls dressed in accordance with the exuberant fancy of the producer of the piece. When this happened, Henry would leap from his seat and endeavor to locate Alice, but always, just as he thought he had done so, the hidden orchestra would burst into melody and the chorus would be called to the front. It was not till late in the second act that he found an opportunity for further speech. The plot of The Girl from Brighton had by then reached a critical stage. The situation was as follows. The hero, having been disinherited by his wealthy and titled father for falling in love with the heroine, a poor shop girl, has disguised himself by wearing a different colored necktie, and has come in pursuit of her to a well-known seaside resort, where, having disguised herself by changing her dress, she is serving as a waitress in the rotunda on the esplanade. The family butler, disguised as a bath chairman, has followed the hero, and the wealthy and titled father, disguised as an Italian opera singer, has come to the place for a reason which, though extremely sound, for the moment eludes the memory. Anyhow, he is there, and they all meet on the esplanade. Each recognizes the other, but thinks he himself is unrecognized. Exeunt all, hurriedly, leaving the heroine alone on the stage. It is a crisis in the heroine's life. She meets it bravely. She sings a song entitled "My Honolulu Queen," with chorus of Japanese girls and Bulgarian officers. Alice was one of the Japanese girls. She was standing a little apart from the other Japanese girls. Henry was on her with a bound. Now was his time. He felt keyed up, full of persuasive words. In the interval which had elapsed since their last conversation, yeasty emotions had been playing the dickens with his self-control. It is practically impossible for a novice, suddenly introduced behind the scenes of a musical comedy, not to fall in love with somebody. And if he is already in love, his fervor is increased to a dangerous point. Henry felt that it was now or never. He forgot that it was perfectly possible, indeed the reasonable course, to wait till the performance was over and renew his appeal to Alice to marry him on the way back to her hotel. He had the feeling that he had got just about a quarter of a minute. Quick action! That was Henry's slogan. He seized her hand. "Alice!" "Shh!" hissed the stage manager. "Listen, I love you. I'm crazy about you. What does it matter whether I'm on the stage or not? I love you." "Stop that row there!" "Won't you marry me?" She looked at him. It seemed to him that she hesitated. "Cut it out!" bellowed the stage manager, and Henry cut it out. And at this moment, when his whole fate hung in the balance, there came from the stage that devastating high note, which is the sign that the solo is over and that the chorus are now about to mobilize. As if drawn by some magnetic power, she suddenly receded from him and went to the stage. A man in Henry's position and frame of mind is not responsible for his actions. He saw nothing but her. He was blind to the fact that important maneuvers were in progress. All he understood was that she was going from him, and that he must stop her and get this thing settled. He clutched at her. She was out of range and getting farther away every instant. He sprang forward. The advice that should be given to every young man starting life is, if you happen to be behind the scenes at a theater, never spring forward. The whole architecture of the place is designed to undo those who so spring. Hours before, the stage carpenters have laid their traps, and in the semi-darkness you cannot but fall into them. The trap into which Henry fell was a raised board. It was not a very highly raised board. It was not so deep as well, nor so wide as a church door. But 'twas enough. It served. Stubbing it squarely with his toe, Henry shot forward, all arms and legs. It is the instinct of man in such a situation to grab at the nearest support. Henry grabbed at the Hotel Superba, the pride of the Esplanade. It was a thin wooden edifice, and it supported him for perhaps a tenth of a second. Then he staggered with it into the limelight, tripped over a Bulgarian officer who was inflating himself for a deep note, and finally fell in a complicated heap as exactly in the center of the stage as if he had been a star of years' standing. It went well, there was no question of that. Previous audiences had always been rather cold towards this particular song, but this one got on its feet and yelled for more. From all over the house came rapturous demands that Henry should go back and do it again. But Henry was given no encores. He rose to his feet, a little stunned, and automatically began to dust his clothes. The orchestra, unnerved by his unrehearsed infusion of new business, had stopped playing. Bulgarian officers and Japanese girls alike seemed unequal to the situation. They stood about, waiting for the next thing to break loose. From somewhere far away came faintly the voice of the stage manager, inventing new words, new combinations of words, and new throat noises. And then Henry, massaging a stricken elbow, was aware of Miss Weaver at his side. Looking up, he caught Miss Weaver's eye. A familiar stage direction of melodrama reads, "Exit cautious through gap in hedge." It was Henry's first appearance on any stage, but he did it like a veteran. "My dear fellow," said Walter Jelliffe. The hour was midnight, and he was sitting in Henry's bedroom at the hotel. Leaving the theater, Henry had gone to bed almost instinctively. Bed seemed the only haven for him. "My dear fellow, don't apologize. You've put me under lasting obligations. In the first place, with your unerring sense of the stage, you saw first the spot where the piece needed livening up, and you livened it up. That was good. But far better was it that you also sent our Miss Weaver into violent hysterics, from which she emerged to hand in her notice. She leaves us tomorrow." Henry was appalled at the extent of the disaster for which he was responsible. "What will you do?" "Do? Why, it's what we have all been praying for. A miracle which should eject Miss Weaver. It needed a genius like you to come to bring it off. Sidney Crane's wife can play the part without rehearsal. She understudied it all last season in London. Crane has just been speaking to her on the phone, and she is catching the night express." Henry sat up in bed. "What? What's the trouble now? Sidney Crane's wife? What about her?" A bleakness fell upon Henry's soul. "She was the woman who was employing me. Now I shall be taken off the job and have to go back to London." "You don't mean that it was really Crane's wife?" Jelliffe was regarding him with a kind of awe. "Laddie," he said in a hushed voice, "you almost scare me. There seems to be no limit to your powers as a mascot. You fill the house every night, you get rid of the Weaver woman, and now you tell me this. I drew Crane in the sweep, and I would have taken twopence for my chance of winning it. I shall get a telegram from my boss tomorrow recalling me. Don't go. Stick with me. Join the troupe." Henry stared. "What do you mean? I can't sing or act." Jaleef's voice thrilled with earnestness. "My boy, I can go down the Strand and pick up 100 fellows who can sing and act. I don't want them. I turn them away. But a seventh son of a seventh son like you, a human horseshoe like you, a king of mascots like you, they don't make them nowadays. They've lost the pattern. If you like to come with me, I'll give you a contract for any number of years you suggest. I need you in my business." He rose. "Think it over, laddie, and let me know tomorrow. Look here upon this picture and on that. As a sleuth, you are poor. You couldn't detect a bass drum in a telephone booth. You have no future. You are merely among those present. But as a mascot, my boy, you're the only thing in sight. You can't help succeeding on the stage. You don't have to know how to act. Look at the dozens of good actors who are out of jobs. Why? Unlucky. No other reason. With your luck and a little experience, you'll be a star before you know you've begun. Think it over and let me know in the morning." Before Henry's eyes there rose a sudden vision of Alice. Alice, no longer unattainable. Alice, walking on his arm down the aisle. Alice, mending his socks. Alice, with her heavenly hands, fingering his salary envelope. "Don't go," he said. "Don't go. I'll let you know now." The scene is the Strand, hard by Bedford Street. The time, that restful hour of the afternoon, when they of the gnarled faces and the bright clothing gather together in groups to tell each other how good they are. Hark! A voice! "Rather. Courtnage and the governor keep on trying to get me, but I turn them down every time. No, I said to Maloney only yesterday. Not for me. I am going with old Wally Jaleef, the same as usual, and there isn't the money in the mint that'll get me away. Maloney got all worked up. It is the voice of Pyfield Rice, actor. End of Bill the Bloodhound by P.G. Wodehouse.
The Caballero's Way by O. Henry. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Caballero's Way by O. Henry. The Cisco Kid had killed 6 men in more or less fair scrimmages, had murdered twice as many, mostly Mexicans, and had winged a larger number whom he modestly forebode to count. Therefore, a woman loved him. The Kid was 25, looked 20, and a careful insurance company would have estimated the probable time of his demise at, say, 26. His habitat was anywhere between the Frio and the Rio Grande. He killed for the love of it, because he was quick-tempered, to avoid arrest, for his own amusement. Any reason that came to his mind would suffice. He had escaped capture because he could shoot 5/6 of a second sooner than any sheriff or ranger in the service, and because he rode a speckled roan horse that knew every cow path in the mesquite and pear thickets from San Antonio to Matamoros. Tonia Perez, the girl who loved the Cisco Kid, was half Carmen, half Madonna, and the rest, oh yes, a woman who is half Carmen and half Madonna can always be something more. The rest, let us say, was Hummingbird. She lived in a grass-roofed jacal near a little Mexican settlement at the Lone Wolf Crossing of the Frio. With her lived a father, or grandfather, a lineal Aztec, somewhat less than 1,000 years old, who herded 100 goats and lived in a continuous drunken dream from drinking mezcal. Back of the jacal, a tremendous forest of bristling pear, 20 feet high at its worst, crowded almost to its door. It was along the bewildering maze of this spinous thicket that the speckled roan would bring the kid to see his girl. And once, clinging like a lizard to the ridgepole high up under the peaked grass roof, he heard Tonia, with her Madonna face and Carmen beauty and hummingbird soul, parley with the sheriff's posse, denying any knowledge of her man in her soft melange of Spanish and English. One day the adjutant general of the state, who is, ex officio, commander of the ranger forces, wrote some sarcastic lines to Captain Duvall of Company X, stationed at Laredo, relative to the serene and undisturbed existence led by murderers and desperadoes in the said captain's territory. The captain turned the color of brick dust under his tan and forwarded the letter, after adding a few comments per Ranger Private Bill Adamson, to Ranger Lieutenant Sandridge, camped at a water hole on the Nueces, with a squad of 5 men in preservation of law and order. Lieutenant Sandridge turned a beautiful color de rosa through his ordinary strawberry complexion, tucked the letter in his hip pocket, and chewed off the ends of his gamboge mustache. The next morning he saddled his horse and rode along to the Mexican settlement at the Lone Wolf crossing of the Frio, 20 miles away. 6'2", blond as a Viking, quiet as a deacon, dangerous as a machine gun, Sandridge moved along the jacales, patiently seeking news of the Cisco Kid. Far more than the law, the Mexicans dreaded the cold and certain vengeance of the lone rider that the Rangers sought. It had been one of the Kid's pastimes to shoot Mexicans, to see 'em kick. If he demanded from them moribund terpsichore feats simply that he might be entertained, what terrible and extreme penalties would be certain to follow should they anger him? One and all, they lounged with upturned palms and shrugged shoulders, filling the airs with quien sabes and denials of the Kid's acquaintance. But there was a man named Fink who kept a store at the crossing, a man of many nationalities, tongues, interests, and ways of thinking. "No use asking them Mexicans," he said to Sandridge. "They're afraid to tell. This hombre they call the Kid, Goodall's his name, ain't it? He's been in my store once or twice. I have an idea that you might run across him but I guess I don't care to say, myself. I'm 2 seconds later in pulling a gun than I used to be, and the difference is worth thinking about. But this Kid's got a half-Mexican girl at the crossing that he comes to see. She lives in that jacal 100 yards down the arroyo at the edge of the pear. Maybe no, I don't suppose she would, but that jacal would be a good place to watch anyway." Sandridge rode down to the jacal of Perez. The sun was low, and the broad shade of the great pear thicket already covered the grass-thatched hut. The goats were enclosed for the night in a brush corral nearby. A few kids walked on top of it, nibbling at the chaparral leaves. The old Mexican lay on the blanket on the grass, already in a stupor from his mezcal, and dreaming, perhaps, of the nights when he and Pizarro touched glasses to their New World fortunes, so old his wrinkled face seemed to proclaim him to be. And in the door of the jacal stood Tonia, and Lieutenant Sandridge sat in his saddle, staring at her like a gannet agape at a sailorman. The Cisco Kid was a vain person, as all eminent and successful assassins are, and his bosom would have been ruffled had he known that at a simple exchange of glances 2 persons, in whose mind he had been looming large, suddenly abandoned, at least for a time, all thought of him. Never before had Tonia seen such a man as this. He seemed to be made of sunshine and blood-red tissue and clear weather. He seemed to illuminate the shadow of the pear when he smiled, as though the sun were rising again. The men she had known were small and dark. Even the Kid, in spite of his achievements, was a stripling no larger than herself, with black, straight hair and cold marble face that chilled the noonday. As for Tonia, though she sends description to the poorhouse, let her make a millionaire of your fancy. Her blue-black hair smoothly divided in the middle and bound close to her head, and her large eyes, full of the Latin melancholy, gave her the Madonna touch. Her motions and air spoke of a concealed fire and the desire to charm that she had inherited from the Ganatas of the Basque province. As for the hummingbird part of her that dwelt in her heart, you could not perceive it unless her bright red skirt and dark blue blouse gave you a symbolic hint of the vagarious bird. The newly lighted sun god asked for a drink of water. Tonia brought it from the red jar hanging under the brush shelter. Sandridge considered it necessary to dismount so as to lessen the trouble of her ministrations. I play no spy, nor do I assume to master the thoughts of any human heart, but I assert by the chronicler's right that before a quarter of an hour had sped, Sandridge was teaching her how to pliant a 6-strand rawhide stake rope, and Tonia had explained to him that were it not for her little English book that the peripatetic padre had given her, and the crippled little chivo that she fed from the bottle, she would be very, very lonely indeed. Which leads to the suspicion that the kid's fences needed repairing, and that the Adjutant General's sarcasm had fallen upon unproductive soil. In his camp by the waterhole, Lieutenant Sandridge announced and reiterated his intention of either causing the Cisco Kid to nibble the black loam of the Frio County prairies, or of hailing him before a judge and jury. That sounded businesslike. Twice a week he rode over to the Lone Wolf Crossing of the Frio and directed Tonia's slim, slightly lemon-tinted fingers among the intricacies of the slowly growing lariata. A 6-strand pliant is hard to learn, but easy to teach. The ranger knew that he might find the kid there at any visit. He kept his armament ready and had a frequent eye for the pear thicket at the rear of the jacal. Thus he might bring down a kite and a hummingbird with one stone. While the sunny-haired ornithologist was pursuing his studies, the Cisco Kid was also attending to his professional duties. He moodily shot up a saloon in a small cow town on Quintana Creek, killed the town marshal, plugging him neatly in the center of his tin badge, and then rode away, morose and unsatisfied. No true artist is uplifted by shooting an aged man carrying an old-style .38 bulldog. On his way, the kid suddenly experienced the yearning that all men feel when wrongdoing loses its keen edge of delight. He yearned for the woman he loved to reassure him that she was his in spite of it. He wanted her to call his bloodthirstiness bravery and his cruelty devotion. He wanted Tonia to bring him water from the red jar under the brush shelter and tell him how the chivo was thriving on the bottle. The kid turned the speckled roan's head up the 10-mile pear flat that stretches along the Arroyo Hondo until it ends at the Lone Wolf Crossing of the Frio. The roan whinnickered, for he had the sense of locality and direction equal to that of the Beltline streetcar horse, and he knew he would soon be nibbling the rich mesquite grass at the end of the 40-foot stake rope while Ulysses rested his head in Circe's straw-roofed hut. More weird and lonesome than the journey of an Amazonian explorer is the ride of one through a Texas pear flat. With dismal monotony and startling variety, the uncanny and multiform shapes of the cacti lift their twisted trunks and flat, bristled hands to encumber the way. The demon plant, appearing to live without soil or rain, seems to taunt the parched traveler with its lush gray-greenness. It warps itself 1,000 times about what look to be open and inviting paths, only to lure the rider into a blind and impassable spine-defended bottoms of the bag, leaving him to retreat, if he can, with the points of the compass whirling in his head. To be lost in the pear is to die almost the death of the thief on the cross, pierced by nails, with grotesque shapes of all the fiends hovering about. But it was not so with the kid in his mount. Winding, twisting, circling, tracing the most fantastic and bewildering trail ever picked out, the good roan lessened the distance to the Lone Wolf Crossing with every coil and turn that he made. While they fared, the kid sang. He knew but one tune and sang it, as he knew but one code and lived it, and but one girl and loved her. He was a single-minded man of conventional ideas. He had a voice like a coyote with bronchitis, but whenever he chose to sing his song, he sang it. It was a conventional song of the camps and trail, running at its beginning as near as may be to these words: "Don't you monkey with my Lulu girl, or I'll tell you what I'll do," and so on. The roan was inured to it, and did not mind. But even the poorest singer will, after a certain time, gain his own consent to refrain from contributing to the world's noises. So the Kid, by the time he was within a mile or two of Tonia's jacal, had reluctantly allowed his song to die away, not because his vocal performance was less than charming to his own ears, but because his laryngeal muscles were aweary. As though he were in a circus ring, the speckled roan wheeled and danced through the labyrinth of pear, until at length his rider knew by certain landmarks that the Lone Wolf Crossing was close at hand. Then, where the pear was thinner, he caught sight of the grass roof of the jacal and the hackberry tree on the edge of the arroyo. A few yards further the Kid stopped the roan and gazed intently through the prickly opening. Then he dismounted, dropped the roan's reins, and proceeded on foot, stooping and silent like an Indian. The roan, knowing his part, stood still, making no sound. The Kid crept noiselessly to the very edge of the pear thicket and reconnoitered between the leaves of the clump of cactus. 10 yards from his hiding place in the shade of the jacal sat his Tonia, calmly planting a rawhide lariat. So far she might surely escape condemnation. Women have been known from time to time to engage in more mischievous occupations. But if all must be told, there is to be added that her head reposed upon the broad and comfortable chest of the tall red and yellow man, and that his arm was about her, guiding her nimble fingers that required so many lessons at the intricate 6-strand pliant. Sandridge glanced quickly at the dark mass of pear when he heard a slight squeaking sound that was not altogether unfamiliar. A gun scabbard will make that sound when one grasps the handle of a 6-shooter suddenly. But the sound was not repeated, and Tonia's fingers needed close attention. And then, in the shadow of death, they began to talk of their love, and in the still July afternoon every word they uttered reached the ears of the Kid. "Remember, then," said Tonia, "you must not come until I send for you. Soon he will be here. A vaquero at the tienda said today he saw him at the Guadalupe 3 days ago. When he is that near he always comes. If he comes and finds you here, he will kill you. So for my sake, you must come no more until I send you the word." "All right," said the stranger. "And then what?" "And then," said the girl, "you must bring your men here and kill him. If not, he will kill you." "He ain't a man to surrender, that's sure," said Sandridge, "and it's kill or be killed for the officer that goes up against Mr. Cisco Kid." "He must die," said the girl. "Otherwise there will not be any peace in the world for thee and me. He has killed many. Let him so die. Bring your men and give him no chance to escape." "You used to think right much of him," said Sandridge. Tonia dropped the lariat, twisted herself around, and curved a lemon-tinted arm over the ranger's shoulder. "But then," she murmured in liquid Spanish, "I had not beheld thee, thou great red mountain of a man, and thou art kind and good as well as strong. Could one choose him, knowing thee? Let him die, for then I will not be filled with fear by day and night lest he hurt thee or me." "How can I know when he comes?" asked Sandridge. "When he comes," said Tonia, "he remains 2 days, sometimes 3. Gregorio, the small son of old Luisa, the lavanderia, has a swift pony. I will write a letter to thee and send it by him, saying how it will be best to come upon him. By Gregorio will a letter come, and bring many men with thee, and have much care, O dear red one, for the rattlesnake is not quicker to strike than El Chivato, as they call him, to send a ball from his pistola." "The Kid's handy with his gun, sure enough," admitted Sandridge. "But when I come for him, I shall come alone. I'll get him by myself or not at all. The Cap wrote 1 or 2 things to me that make me want to do the trick without any help. You let me know when Mr. Kid arrives, and I'll do the rest." "I will send you the message by the boy Gregorio," said the girl. "I knew you were braver than that small slayer of men who never smiles. How could I ever have thought I cared for him? It was time for the ranger to ride back to his camp on the water hole. Before he mounted his horse, he raised the slight form of Tonia with one arm high from the earth for a parting salute. The drowsy stillness of the torpid summer air still lay thick upon the dreaming afternoon. The smoke from the fire in the jacal, where the frijoles bubbled in the iron pot, rose straight as a plumb line above the clay-daubed chimney. No sound or movement disturbed the serenity of the dense pear thicket 10 yards away. When the form of Sandridge had disappeared, loping his big dun down the steep banks of the Frio crossing, the Kid crept back to his own horse, mounted him, and rode back along the tortuous trail he had come. But not far. He stopped and waited in the silent depths of the pear until a half an hour had passed. And then Tonia heard the high, untrue notes of his unmusical singing coming ever nearer and nearer, and she ran to the edge of the pear to meet him. The Kid seldom smiled, but he smiled and waved his hat when he saw her. He dismounted, and his girl sprang into his arms. The Kid looked at her fondly. His thick black hair clung to his head like a wrinkled mat. The meeting brought a slight ripple of some undercurrent of feeling to his smooth, dark face that was usually as motionless as a clay mask. "How's my girl?" he asked, holding her close. "Sick of waiting so long for you, dear one," she answered. "My eyes are dim with always gazing into that devil's pincushion through which you come. And I can see into it such a little way, too. But here you are, beloved one, and I will not scold. Que mal muchacho, not to come to see your Alma more often. Go in and rest, and let me water your horse and stake him with the long rope. There is cool water in the jar for you." The Kid kissed her affectionately. "Not if the court knows itself do I let a lady stake my horse for me," he said. "But if you'll run in, chica, and throw a pot of coffee together while I'm attending to the caballo, I'll be a good deal obliged." Besides his marksmanship, the Kid had another attribute for which he admired himself greatly. He was muy caballero, as the Mexicans express it, where the ladies were concerned. For them he had always gentle words and consideration. He could not have spoken a harsh word to a woman. He might ruthlessly slay their husbands and brothers, but he could not lay the weight of one finger in anger upon a woman. Wherefore many of that interesting division of humanity who had come under the spell of his politeness declared their disbelief in the stories circulating about the Kid. One shouldn't believe everything one heard, they said. When confronted by their indignant menfolk with the proof of the caballero's deeds of infamy, they said maybe he had been driven to it, and that he knew how to treat a lady anyhow. Considering this extremely courteous idiosyncrasy of the Kid, and the pride he took in it, one can perceive that the solution of the problem that was presented to him by what he saw and heard from his hiding place in the pear that afternoon, at least as to one of the actors, must have been obscured by difficulty. And yet no one could think of the Kid overlooking little matters of that kind. At the end of the short twilight they gathered around the supper of frijoles, goat steaks, canned peaches, and coffee, by the light of the lantern in the jacal. Afterward the ancestor, his flock corralled, smoked a cigarette and became a mummy in the gray blanket. Tonia washed a few dishes while the Kid dried them with a flour sack towel. Her eyes shone. She chatted volubly about the inconsequent happenings of her small world since the Kid's last visit. It was as all his other homecomings had been. Then outside, Tonia swung in a grass hammock with her guitar and sang sad canciones de amor. "Do you love me just the same, old girl?" asked the Kid, hunting for his cigarette papers. "Always the same, little one," said Tonia, her dark eyes lingering upon him. "I must go to Fink's," said the Kid, rising, "for some tobacco. I thought I had another sack in my coat. I'll be back in a quarter of an hour." "Hasten," said Tonia, "and tell me, how long shall I call you my own this time? Will you be gone tomorrow, leaving me to grieve, or will you be longer with your Tonya?" "Oh, I might stay 2 or 3 days this trip," said the Kid, yawning. "I've been on the dodge for a month, and I'd like to rest up." He was gone half an hour for his tobacco. When he returned, Tonya was still lying in the hammock. "It's funny," said the Kid, "how I feel. I feel like there is somebody lying behind every bush and tree waiting to shoot me. I never had mullygrubs like this before. Maybe it's one of those presumptions. I've got half a notion to light out of here in the morning before day. The Guadalupe County is burning up about the old Dutchman I plugged down there." "You are not afraid? No one could make my brave little one fear." "Well, I haven't been usually regarded as a jackrabbit when it comes to scrapping, but I don't want a posse smoking me out when I'm in your jacal. Somebody might get hurt that oughtn't to." "Remain with your Tonya. No one will find you here." The Kid looked keenly into the shadows up and down the arroyo and toward the dim lights of the Mexican village. "I'll see how it looks later on," was his decision. At midnight a horseman ran into the ranger's camp, blazing his way by noisy halloos to indicate a pacific mission. Sandridge and one of the other two turned out to investigate the row. The rider announced himself to be Domingo Salas, from the Lone Wolf Crossing. He bore a letter for Senor Sandridge. Old Luisa the lavanderia had persuaded him to bring it, he said, her son Gregorio being too ill of a fever to ride. Sandridge lighted the camp lantern and read the letter. These were its words: "Dear one, he has come. Hardly had you ridden away when he came out of the pear. When he first talked, he said he would stay 3 days or more. Then, as it grew later, he was like a wolf or a fox, and walked about without resting, looking and listening. Soon he said he must leave before daylight, when it is dark and stillest. And then he seemed to suspect that I was not true to him. He looked at me so strange that I am frightened. I swear to him that I love him, his own Tonya. Last of all, he said I must prove to him that I am true. He thinks that even now men are waiting to kill him as he rides from my house. To escape, he says he will dress in my clothes, my red skirt and the blue waist I wear, and the brown mantilla over the head, and thus ride away. But before that, he said I must put on his clothes, his pantalones and camisa and hat, and ride away on his horse from the jacal as far as the big road beyond the crossing and back again. This before he goes, so he can tell if I am true, and if men are hidden to shoot him. It is a terrible thing. An hour before daybreak this is to be. Come, my dear, and kill this man, and take me for your Tonya. Don't try to take hold of him alive, but kill him quickly. Knowing all, you should do that. You must come long before the time and hide yourself in the little shed near the jacal, where the wagons and saddles are kept. It is dark in there. He will wear my red skirt and blue waist and brown mantilla. I send you 100 kisses. Come surely and shoot quickly and straight. Thine own Tonya." Sandridge quickly explained to his men the official part of the missive. The rangers protested against his going alone. "I'll get him easy enough," said the lieutenant. "The girl's got him trapped, and don't even think he'll get the drop on me." Sandridge saddled his horse and rode to the Lone Wolf Crossing. He tied his big gun in the clump of brush on the arroyo, took his Winchester from its scabbard, and carefully approached the Perez jacal. There was only half of a high moon drifted over the ragged, milk-white Gulf clouds. The wagon shed was an excellent place for an ambush, and the ranger got inside it safely. In the black shadow of the brush shelter in front of the jacal, he could see a horse tied, and hear him impatiently pawing at the hard-trodden earth. He waited almost an hour before 2 figures came out of the jacal. One in man's clothes quickly mounted the horse and galloped past the wagon shed toward the crossing and the village. And then the other figure in skirt, waist, and mantilla over its head stepped out into the faint moonlight, gazing after the rider. Sandridge thought he would take his chance then before Tonya rode back. He fancied she might not care to see it. "Throw up your hands," he ordered loudly, stepping out of the wagon shed with his Winchester at his shoulder. There was a quick turn of the figure, but no movement to obey, so the ranger pumped in the bullets, 1, 2, 3, and then twice more, for you never could be too sure of bringing down the Cisco Kid. There was no danger of missing at 10 paces, even in the half moonlight. The old ancestor, asleep on his blanket, was awakened by the shots. Listening further, he heard a great cry from some man in mortal distress or anguish, and rose up grumbling at the disturbing ways of moderns. The tall, red ghost of a man burst into the jacal, reaching one hand, shaking like a tule reed, for the lantern hanging on its nail. The other spread a letter on the table. "Look at this letter, Perez," cried the man. "Who wrote it?" "Ay Dios! It is Señor Sandridge," mumbled the old man, approaching. "Pues, señor, that letter was written by El Chivato, as he is called, by the man of Tonia. They say he is a bad man. I do not know. While Tonia slept, he wrote the letter and sent it by this old hand of mine to Domingo Salas, to be brought to you. Is there anything wrong in the letter? I am very old, and do not know. Válgame Dios, it is a very foolish world, and there is nothing in the house to drink. Nothing to drink." Just then, all that Sandridge could think of to do was to go outside and throw himself face downward in the dust by the side of his hummingbird, of whom not a feather fluttered. He was not a caballo by instinct, and he could not understand the niceties of revenge. A mile away, the rider who had ridden past the wagon shed struck up a harsh, untuneful song, the words of which began, "Don't you monkey with my Lulu girl, or I'll tell you what I'll do." End of The Caballero's Way, by O. Henry.
Cousin Amy, by W. Somerset Maugham. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Cousin Amy, by W. Somerset Maugham. From the Pall Mall Magazine of 1908. Amy is the daughter of my grandmother's nephew by marriage. I cannot imagine that she is any relative of mine, but she insists that we are cousins, and we call one another by our Christian names. Her idea of the connection is that she should treat me with all the unpleasant frankness of a close relation, while on my side there should be the extreme politeness, the flattering attentiveness of a distant acquaintance. That was all very well when I was 18 and Cousin Amy 26. But now I am 35, and Cousin Amy has ceased to count her birthdays. She does not realize that this makes all the difference in the world, and I have never been able to find the exact words in which to frame so delicate a statement. Cousin Amy lives in the country, and I was much surprised to meet her face to face in Piccadilly. She shook me warmly by the hand. "How nice to see you after all these ages! We must have a talk, mustn't we?" I replied that it would be very agreeable. "Well, I am only here for 24 hours," she pursued. "Are you doing anything this evening?" "No, I'm not," I replied with alacrity. I thought it would be pleasant to dine, for once in a way, at Cousin Amy's expense. In years gone by she had been apt to presume too far on the privilege, which her sex has never shown any wish to dispute with mine, of paying the bill. "That's capital," she said. "Then you can take me out to dinner." "The prospect fills me with enthusiasm," I retorted icily. "You know I've become a food reformer." "This is nuts," I murmured softly to myself, considering that the fruit in question was reported to be not only nutritious, but cheap. I went on with more earnestness. "And where does one eat reformed food?" "Oh, anywhere," she answered airily. "I'm not a faddist, you know. Now I'm going to tell you something very extraordinary. I've never dined at the Ritz." There was a pause, during which you might have heard a pin drop in Piccadilly, but Amy broke it gaily. "Well, I'll meet you there at 8, shall I? And don't order anything beforehand, since I eat next to nothing, you know." This, at any rate, was consoling, for I had been saving up my money in order to spend a week in Paris and improve my mind. Amy tripped lightly away, and I, finding I had but a couple of pounds in my pocket, thought it would be wise in case of emergency to change a cheque. When we sat down in the evening, Cousin Amy put her gloves on the table and looked around with a happy smile. "I know we're going to have a charming dinner," she said. The waiter handed me the menu, but Cousin Amy is a practical woman. "Now you'd far better let me order my own dinner," she said. "I only want a snack. And you see, as I can't eat dead beasts, I'd better choose what I can eat." The proposal seemed eminently reasonable. Amy cast her eye down the menu. "At all events, we can start with some hors d'oeuvres," she said. "Oh, and how delicious! There's potage bisque." I had observed in my glance at the bill of fare that this was the most expensive soup on the list, but Cousin Amy never noticed these things. I wondered acidly how she had researched the quite mature age which I positively knew was hers, without acquiring the elements of common decency. I ordered the hors d'oeuvres and the potage bisque. "What fish, sir?" said the waiter. Cousin Amy frowned at the menu. "It seems very extraordinary that you have no salmon," she said, in the arrogant way in which women generally address their inferiors. "It must be in season." "Well, we have some, madame, but we haven't put it on the card. This is the first we've had." "There!" said Cousin Amy in triumph. "You see, you can always get things if you ask for them. I shuddered to think of the price I should have to pay for salmon which had only come on the London market that morning. I made up my mind that I should have to choose a cheaper hotel in Paris than the one upon which I had fixed. I pointed out to Amy that no woman who respected herself could eat a red fish after a red soup. Yes, I know that. I do feel rather a barbarian, but I must eat salmon, as it's full of proteids." "But surely," I protested, "you told me that you never ate horrible dead beasts." Amy opened her eyes wide. "Oh, that only applies to warm-blooded creatures. Otherwise I couldn't have eaten the soup." "It's lucky there's not whale on the menu," I murmured, as I meekly ordered the salmon. I was beginning to think that one did oneself rather well on reformed food. The hors d'oeuvres were set on the table, and Amy, explaining that she had to eat what she could, emptied the entire contents of 3 dishes on her plate. I thought they looked rather nice myself, but I hadn't the face to ask the waiter for more. Then another waiter brought me a list of wines. This was my opportunity, and I seized it like a man. Cousin Amy was certainly growing uncommonly stout, and it is well known that obesity is best treated by abstention from liquid for 2 hours after the repast. "As a food reformer, I take it that you only have a cup of coffee after eating?" I said. "I shall have a whiskey and soda." "How did you get such a ridiculous idea into your head?" she answered briskly. "On the contrary, my doctor has ordered me to drink wine. You see, I have to keep myself up." "Ah! What will you have?" I said gloomily. "Oh, I don't really mind, so long as it's very dry." I looked at Cousin Amy. "Do you remember the story of the man who was taking a pretty American out to dinner? He asked her what she would drink. 'I guess I'll have champagne,' she said. 'Guess again,' he answered." "What a sell!" cried Amy, laughing merrily. I have read somewhere that women have a greater delicacy of perception than men. I certainly never knew any one slower than Cousin Amy to take a hint. She watched me turn over the pages. "If you really have no preference," she said, "I think I would like Veuve Clicquot. I always feel that we women ought to stand together." It appeared that Cousin Amy was a suffragist, as well as a food reformer, and after I had ordered the champagne which accorded with her principles, she favoured me with her views on the cause. Amy thoroughly enjoyed the potage bisque, and she positively gloated over the salmon. The obsequious waiter came for further orders. "Now you see what an economical person I am to have to dinner," said Amy. Anyone else would ask for entrees and roasts and all kinds of abominations like that, but I only want a couple of vegetables, and I've done." "I remember your saying you only wanted a snack." She turned to the waiter. She thinks it is so nice to get on friendly terms with a waiter. She likes him to take an intelligent interest in her food. "Now I'll tell you what I want. You know those great big asparagus, as large round as your arm? Well, I want some of them." "Very good, madame," said he. "It's so lucky I came up to town just when things I really like are in season," she reflected. "In the country we shall have to wait another 3 months for asparagus and green peas." "You will order some peas, won't you?" "Certainly, if you think you can eat them," I said politely. "Ah, now you see what a difference it makes to eat in a rational manner. I can eat anything, my dear boy, anything." "I'm quite willing to believe it," I retorted. She looked at me and smiled broadly. "But I don't want you to sacrifice yourself on my account. I'm not narrow minded, and if you want some flesh I have no objection to your having it." A pile of asparagus and a great many green peas were set before us, and I knew they were worth their weight in gold. I began to feel more than doubtful about my trip to Paris. "It's very kind of you," I answered, "but I seldom have more than a steak for dinner, and after devouring the meal you've ordered I shall feel like a boa constrictor." "You see, one has to get the proper amount of proteids in," Amy replied calmly, as she ate the giant asparagus. I ate one or two myself, but I was no match for Amy. I no longer wondered that she was growing stout, and I thought that if anybody did marry her, he should be warned in time that to feed a food reformer is no joking matter. When there was one long monster left on the dish, she seized it deliberately. "I must eat that one," she said. "It means a handsome husband and 5,000 a year." "He'll want it," I replied. "I thought I should only spoil my dinner if I had tea," she murmured reflectively. "That was very considerate of you," I answered. She leaned back with a sigh and looked at me. "How pleased I am to have caught you before you went to Paris." "I very much doubt whether I shall be able to afford to go," I said. Cousin Amy is an optimist. "After all, there's no place like home," she answered cheerily. "If you go to Paris you'll probably get typhoid, and you'll certainly spend much more money than you can afford." Cousin Amy has often besought me to be economical. She takes a cousinly interest in my finances. At last she finished the peas, and I felt that I could eat nothing more for a week. Amy was in high spirits. "Now a little sweet, and a little dessert, and I'm done." I began to admire Amy. I should have liked to introduce the fat boy of Pekin to her. "Poires à la Melba," she ordered, with one glance at the menu. With unerring instinct she had hit upon the specialty of the house. I decided definitely not to go to Paris after all. "Delicious, aren't they?" she said. We reached the dessert, and I became weak and silly when she said she had not had strawberries and cream that year. Neither had many other people. Strawberries and cream were brought, mixed together in a huge bowl, and for a fixed sum, a rather large sum, it seemed to me. You could eat as many as you liked. It was some consolation to me that Amy certainly had her money's worth. When she had done, she leaned back. "After all, one misses a great deal if one is a food reformer. But one has the consciousness that one is advancing a good cause. And besides, in Lent one has the advantage of killing two birds with one stone." We had coffee, and I discovered that Amy had a fine taste in liqueur brandy. She told me her doctor wouldn't let her drink it unless it was very old. When the bill came, I congratulated myself on the fact that Amy had only wanted a snack, for if she had been really hungry I don't know what I should have done. When we parted she shook hands with me. "I have enjoyed myself," she said. "I'm so sorry I'm not staying in town longer, but you must come and lunch with me tomorrow. My system is chop for chop you know." This was new in Cousin Amy, and I put the change down to the advance of years, which have a soft logic of their own. "I shall be delighted," I answered promptly. "Where shall we go?" She looked at me with the utmost effrontery. "What do you say to the Eustace Miles restaurant? I should so much like to show you what a vegetarian restaurant is really like." I have no presence of mind in emergencies, and I accepted Cousin Amy's invitation. But as I wandered away in the rain, I really couldn't afford a hansom. A sadder, poorer, wiser, and much over eaten man, I murmured to myself, "She may call it chop for chop, if she likes. I call it carrot soup or potage bisque." End of Cousin Amy by W. Somerset Maugham.
The Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London, March 2017. She was one of those pretty and charming girls born, as if by an error of fate, into a family of clerks. She had no dowry, no expectations, no means of becoming known, understood, loved, or wedded by a man of wealth and distinction. And so she let herself be married to a minor official at the Ministry of Education. She dressed plainly because she had never been able to afford anything better, but she was as unhappy as if she had once been wealthy. Women don't belong to a caste or class. Their beauty, grace, and natural charm take the place of birth and family. Natural delicacy, instinctive elegance, and a quick wit determine their place in society and make the daughters of commoners the equals of the very finest ladies. She suffered endlessly, feeling she was entitled to all the delicacies and luxuries of life. She suffered because of the poorness of her house, as she looked at the dirty walls, the worn-out chairs, and the ugly curtains. All these things that another woman of her class would not even have noticed tormented her and made her resentful. The sight of the little Brenton girl who did her housework filled her with terrible regrets and hopeless fantasies. She dreamed of silent antechambers hung with oriental tapestries, lit from above by torches in bronze holders, while two tall footmen in knee-length breeches napped in huge armchairs, sleepy from the stove's oppressive warmth. She dreamt of vast living rooms furnished in rare old silks, elegant furniture loaded with priceless ornaments, and inviting smaller rooms, perfumed, made for afternoon chats with close friends, famous, sought-after men who all women envy and desire. When she sat down to dinner at a round table covered with a 3-day-old cloth, opposite her husband, who, lifting the lid off the soup, shouted excitedly, "Ah, beef stew! What could be better?" She dreamed of fine dinners, of shining silverware, of tapestries which peopled the walls with figures from another time, and strange birds in fairy forests. She dreamed of delicious dishes served on wonderful plates, of whispered gallantries listened to with an inscrutable smile as one ate the pink flesh of a trout or the wings of a quail. She had no dresses, no jewels, nothing, and these were the only things she loved. She felt she was made for them alone. She wanted so much to charm, to be envied, to be desired and sought after. She had a rich friend, a former schoolmate at the convent, whom she no longer wanted to visit because she suffered so much when she came home. For whole days afterwards she would weep with sorrow, regret, despair, and misery. One evening her husband came home with an air of triumph, holding a large envelope in his hand. "Look," he said, "here's something for you." She tore open the paper and drew out a card on which was printed the words, "The Minister of Education and Madame Georges Ramponneau request the pleasure of M. and Madame Loisel's company at the Ministry on the evening of Monday, January the 18th. Instead of being delighted as her husband had hoped, she threw the invitation on the table resentfully and muttered, "What do you want me to do with that?" "But, my dear, I thought you'd be pleased. You never go out, and it will be such a lovely occasion. I had awful trouble getting it. Everyone wants to go. It's very exclusive, and they're not giving many invitations to clerks. The whole ministry will be there." She stared at him angrily and said impatiently, "And what do you expect me to wear if I go?" He hadn't thought of that. He stammered, "Why, the dress you go to the theatre in. It seems very nice to me." He stopped, stunned, distressed to see his wife crying. Two large tears ran slowly from the corners of her eyes towards the corners of her mouth. He stuttered, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" With great effort she overcame her grief and replied in a calm voice as she wiped her wet cheeks, "Nothing, and I have no dress, and so I can't go to this party. Give your invitation to a friend whose wife has better clothes than I do." He was distraught, but tried again. "Let's see, Matilda. How much would a suitable dress cost? One which you could use again on other occasions. Something very simple?" She thought for a moment, computing the cost, and also wondering what amount she could ask for without an immediate refusal and an alarmed exclamation from the thrifty clerk. At last she answered hesitantly, "I don't know exactly, but I think I could do it with 400 francs." He turned a little pale because he had been saving that extra amount to buy a gun and treat himself to a hunting trip the following summer in the country near Nanterre with a few friends who went lark shooting there on Sundays. However, he said, "Very well, I can give you 400 francs, but try and get a really beautiful dress." The day of the party drew near, and Madame Loisel seemed sad, restless, anxious. Her dress was ready, however. One evening her husband said to her, "What's the matter? You've been acting strange these last 3 days." She replied, "I'm upset that I have no jewels, not a single stone to wear. I will look cheap. I would almost rather not go to the party." "You could wear flowers," he said. "They are very fashionable at this time of year. For 10 francs you could get 2 or 3 magnificent roses." She was not convinced. "No, there is nothing more humiliating than looking poor in the middle of a lot of rich women." "How stupid you are!" her husband cried. "Go and see your friend Madame Forestier and ask her to lend you some jewels. You know her well enough for that." She uttered a cry of joy. "Of course, I had not thought of that." The next day she went to a friend's house and told her of her distress. Madame Forestier went to her mirrored wardrobe, took out a large box, brought it back, opened it, and said to Madame Loisel, "Choose, my dear." First she saw some bracelets, then a pearl necklace, then a gold Venetian cross set with precious stones of exquisite craftsmanship. She tried on the jewellery in the mirror, hesitated, could not bear to part with them, to give them back. She kept asking, "You have nothing else?" "Why, yes, but I don't know what you like." Suddenly she discovered, in a black satin box, a superb diamond necklace, and her heart began to beat with uncontrolled desire. Her hands trembled as she took it. She fastened it round her neck, over her high-necked dress, and stood lost in ecstasy as she looked at herself. Then she asked anxiously, hesitating, "Would you lend me this, just this?" "Why, yes, of course." She threw her arms round her friend's neck, embraced her rapturously, then fled with her treasure. The day of the party arrived. Madame Loisel was a success. She was prettier than all the other women, elegant, gracious, smiling, and full of joy. All the men stared at her, asked her name, tried to be introduced. All the cabinet officials wanted to waltz with her. The minister noticed her. She danced wildly with passion, drunk on pleasure, forgetting everything in the triumph of her beauty, in the glory of her success, in a sort of cloud of happiness made up of all this respect, all this admiration, all these awakened desires, of that sense of triumph that is so sweet to a woman's heart. She left at about 4 o'clock in the morning. Her husband had been dozing since midnight in a little deserted anteroom with 3 other gentlemen whose wives were having a good time. He threw over her shoulders the clothes he had brought for her to go outside in, the modest clothes of an ordinary life, whose poverty contrasted sharply with the elegance of the ball dress. She felt this and wanted to run away so she wouldn't be noticed by the other women who were wrapping themselves in expensive furs. Loisel held her back. "Wait a moment. You'll catch a cold outside. I'll go and find a cab." But she would not listen to him and ran down the stairs. When they were finally in the street, they could not find a cab and began to look for one, shouting at the cabman they saw passing in the distance. They walked down the Seine in despair, shivering with cold. At last they found on the quay one of those old night cabs that one sees in Paris only after dark, as if they were ashamed to show their shabbiness during the day. They were dropped off at their door in the Rue des Martyrs, and sadly walked up the steps to their apartment. It was all over for her, and he was remembering that he had to be back at his office at 10 o'clock. In front of the mirror she took off the clothes around her shoulders, taking a final look at herself in all her glory. But suddenly she uttered a cry. She no longer had the necklace round her neck. "What's the matter?" asked her husband, already half undressed. She turned towards him, panic-stricken. I have no longer Madame Forestier's necklace." He stood up, distraught. "What? How? That's impossible." They looked in the folds of her dress, in the folds of her cloak, in her pockets, everywhere, but they could not find it. "Are you sure you still had it on when you left the ball?" he asked. "Yes, I touched it in the hall at the Ministry." "But if you had lost it in the street we would have heard it fall. It must be in the cab." "Yes, that's probably it. Did you take his number?" "No. And you? Didn't you notice it?" "No." They stared at each other, stunned. At last Loisel put his clothes on again. "I'm going back," he said, "over the whole route we walked. See if I can find it." He left. She remained in her ball dress all evening, without the strength to go to bed, sitting on a chair with no fire, her mind blank. Her husband returned at about 7 o'clock. He had found nothing. He went to the police, to the newspapers to offer a reward, to the cab companies. Everywhere the tiniest glimmer of hope led him. She waited all day, in the same state of blank despair from before this frightful disaster. Loisel returned in the evening, a hollow, pale figure. He had found nothing. "You must write to your friend," he said. "Tell her you have broken the clasp of her necklace and that you are having it mended. It will give us time to look some more." She wrote as he dictated. At the end of 1 week they had lost all hope, and Loisel, who had aged 5 years, declared, "We must consider how to replace the jewel." The next day they took the box which had held it and went to the jeweller whose name they found inside. He consulted his books. "It was not I, madam, who sold the necklace. I must simply have supplied the case." And so they went from jeweller to jeweller, looking for a necklace like the other one, consulting their memories, both sick with grief and anguish. In a shop on the Palais Royal they found a string of diamonds which seemed to be exactly what they were looking for. It was worth 40,000 francs. They could have it for 36,000. So they begged the jeweller not to sell it for 3 days, and they made an arrangement that he would take it back for 34,000 francs if the other necklace was found before the end of February. Loisel had 18,000 francs which his father had left him. He would borrow the rest. And he did borrow, asking for 1,000 francs from one man, 500 from another, 5 louis here, 3 louis there. He gave notes, made ruinous agreements, dealt with usurers, with every type of money-lender. He compromised the rest of his life, risked signing notes without knowing if he could ever honour them, and, terrified by the anguish still to come, by the black misery about to fall on him, by the prospect of every physical privation and every moral torture he was about to suffer, he went to get the new necklace and laid down on the jeweller's counter 36,000 francs. When Madame Loisel took the necklace back, Madame Forestier said coldly, "You should have returned it sooner. I might have needed it." To the relief of her friend, she did not open the case. If she had detected the substitution, what would she have thought? What would she have said? Would she have taken her friend for a thief? From then on, Madame Loisel knew the horrible life of the very poor. But she played her part heroically. The dreadful debt must be paid. She would pay it. They dismissed their maid, they changed their lodgings, they rented a garret under the roof. She came to know the drudgery of housework, the odious labours of the kitchen. She washed the dishes, staining her rosy nails on greasy pots and the bottom of pans. She washed the dirty linen, the shirts and the dishcloths, which she hung to dry on a line. She carried the garbage down to the street every morning and carried up the water, stopping at each landing to catch her breath. And dressed like a commoner, she went to the fruiterers, the grocers, the butchers, her basket on her arm, bargaining, insulted, fighting over every miserable sou. Each month they had to pay some notes, renew others, get more time. Her husband worked every evening, doing accounts for a tradesman, and often, late into the night, he sat copying a manuscript at 5 sous a page. And this life lasted 10 years. At the end of 10 years they had paid off everything, at usurer's rates and with the accumulations of compound interest. Madame Loisel looked old now. She had become strong, hard, and rough like all women of impoverished households. With hair half combed, with skirts awry, and reddened hands, she talked loudly as she washed the floor with great swishes of water. But sometimes when her husband was at the office, she sat down near the window and thought of that evening at the ball so long ago when she had been so beautiful and so admired. What would have happened if she had not lost that necklace? Who knows? Who knows? How strange life is, how fickle, how little is needed for one to be ruined or saved. One Sunday, as she was walking in the Champs-Élysées to refresh herself after the week's work, suddenly she saw a woman walking with a child. It was Madame Forestier, still young, still beautiful, still charming. Madame Loisel felt emotional. Should she speak to her? Yes, of course. And now that she had paid, she would tell her all. Why not? She went up to her. "Good morning, Jeanne." The other, astonished to be addressed so familiarly by this common woman, did not recognize her. She stammered. "But, madame, I don't know. You must have made a mistake. No, I am Mathilde Loisel." Her friend uttered a cry. "Oh, my poor Mathilde, how you have changed! Yes, I've had some hard times since I last saw you, and many miseries, and all because of you." "Me? How can that be? You remember that diamond necklace that you lent me to wear to the ministry party?" "Yes. Well?" "Well, I lost it." "What do you mean? You brought it back." "I brought you back another exactly like it, and it has taken us 10 years to pay for it. It wasn't easy for us. We had very little, but at last it is over, and I am very glad." Madame Forestier was stunned. "You say that you bought a diamond necklace to replace mine?" "Yes. You didn't notice then?" They were very similar, and she smiled with proud and innocent pleasure. Madame Forestier, deeply moved, took both her hands. "Oh, my poor Mathilde, mine was an imitation. It was worth 500 francs at most." End of The Necklace by Guy de Maupassant.
The Grand Opera by Billy Baxter. from the wit and humor of America. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Grand Opera by Billy Baxter. Well, I decided to get into my class, so I started for the smoking room. I hadn't gotten 3 feet till some woman held me up and began to tell me how she adored grand opera. I didn't even reply. I fled madly and remained hidden in the tall grass of the smoking room until it was time to go home. Jim, should anyone ever tell you that grand opera is all right, he's either trying to even up or he's not a true friend. I was over in New York with a family last winter, and they made me go with them to Die Walküre at the Metropolitan Opera House. When I got the tickets, I asked the man's advice as to the best location. He said that all true lovers of music occupied the dress circle and the balconies, and that he had some good center dress circle seats at 3 bones per. Here's a tip, Jim. If the boxman ever hands you that true lover game, just reach in through the little hole and soak him in the solar for me. It's coming to him. I'll give you my word of honor, we were a quarter of a mile from the stage. We went up in an elevator, were shown to our seats, and who was right behind us but my old pal Bud Hathaway from Chicago. Bud had his 2 sisters with him, and he gave me one sad look, which said plainer than words, "So you're up against it too, huh?" We introduced all hands around, and about 9 o'clock the curtain went up. After we had waited fully 10 minutes, out came a big, fat, greasy-looking dago with nothing on but a bear robe. He went over to the side of the stage and sat down on a bum rock. It was plainly to be seen, even from my true lover's seat, that his bearlets was sorer than a dog about something. Presently in came a woman, and none of the true lovers seemed to know who she was. Some said it was Melba, others Nordica. Bud and I decided that it was May Irwin. We were mistaken, though, as Irwin has this woman lashed to the mast at any time or place. As soon as Mike the Dago espied the dame, it was all off. He rushed and drove a straight-arm jab, which had it reached would have given him the purse. But Shifty Sadie wasn't there. She ducked, sidestepped, and landed a clever half-arm hook, which seemed to stun the big fellow. They clinched and swayed back and forth, growling continually, while the orchestra played this trembly Liza Cross the Ice music. Jim, I'm not swelling this a bit. On the level, it happened just as I write it. All of a sudden, someone seemed to win. They broke away and ran wildly to the front of the stage with their arms outstretched, yelling to beat 3 of a kind. The band cut loose something fierce. The leader tore out about $9 worth of hair and acted generally as though he had bats in his belfry. I thought surely the place would be pinched. It reminded me of Thirsty Thornton's dance hall out in Merrill, Wisconsin, when the Silent Swede used to start a general survival of the fittest every time Mamie the Mink danced twice in succession with the young fellow from Albany, whose father owned the big mill up Rough River. Of course, this audience was perfectly orderly and showed no intention whatever of cutting in, and there were no chairs or glasses in the air, but I am forced to admit that the opera had Thornton's faded on noise. I asked Bud what the trouble was, and he answered that I could search him. The audience apparently went wild. Everybody said, "Simply sublime! Isn't it grand? Perfectly superb! Bravo!" etc. Not because they really enjoyed it, but merely because they thought it was the proper thing to do. After that, for 3 solid hours, Rough House Mike and Shifty Sadie seemed to be apologizing to the audience for the disgraceful street brawl, which was honestly the only good thing in the show. Along about 12 o'clock, I thought I would talk over old times with Bud, but when I turned his way, I found my tired and trusty comrade asleep at the switch. At the finish, the woman next to me, who seemed to be on, said the main lady was dying. After it was too late, Mike seemed kind of sorry. He must have given her the knife or the drops, because there wasn't a minute when he could look in on her according to the rules. He laid her out on the bum rock. They set off a lot of red fire for some unknown reason, and the curtain dropped at 12:25. Never again for my money. Far be it from me knocking, but any time I want noise, I'll take a boiler shop or a Union Station, where I can understand what's coming off. I'm for a good mother show. Do you remember The White Slave, Jim? Well, that's me. Wasn't it immense where the main lady spurned the leering villain's gold and exclaimed with flashing eyes, "Rags or royal raiment, when worn for virtue's sake"? Great. The White Slave had Die Valkyrie beaten to a pulp, and they don't get you for 3 cases gate money either. End of The Grand Opera by Billy Baxter.
A Great Day by Edmondo de Amicis. Translation by Edith Wharton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. A Great Day by Edmondo de Amicis. Translated by Edith Wharton. The G's were living in the country near Florence when the Italian army began preparations to advance upon Rome. In the family, the enterprise was regarded with disapproval. The father, the mother, and the 2 grown daughters, all ardent Catholics and temperate patriots, talked of moral measures. "We don't profess to understand anything about politics," Signora G would say to her friends. "I am especially ignorant. In fact, I am afraid I should find it rather difficult to explain why I think as I do, but I can't help it. I have a presentiment. There is something inside me that keeps saying, this is not the right way for them to go to Rome. They ought not to go. They must not go. I remember how things were in '48 and in '59 and '60. Well, in those days I never was frightened. I never had the feeling of anxiety that I have now. I always thought that things would come right in the end. But now, you may say what you please, I see nothing but darkness ahead. You may laugh as much as you like. Pray Heaven, we don't have to cry one of these days. I don't believe that day is so far off." The only one of the household who thought differently was the son, a lad of 20, just rereading his Roman history, and boiling over with excitement. To mention Rome before him was to declare battle, and in one of those conflicts feeling had run so high that it had been unanimously decided not to touch upon the subject in future. One evening, early in September, one of the official newspapers announced that the Italian troops had actually entered the Papal States. The son was bursting with joy. The father read the article, sat thinking a while, and then, shaking his head, muttered, "No," and again, "No," and a third time, "No." "But I beg your pardon, father," shouted the boy, all aflame. "Don't let us begin again," the mother gently interposed, and that evening nothing more was said. But the next night something serious happened. The lad, just before going to bed, announced without preamble, as though he were saying the most natural thing in the world, that he meant to go to Rome with the army. There was a general outcry of surprise and indignation, followed by a storm of reproaches and threats. No decent person would willingly be present at such scenes as were about to be enacted. It was enough that, as Italians, they were all in a measure to blame for what had happened, without deliberately assuming the shame of being an eyewitness. There was nothing one could not forgive in a lad of good family, except it was his mother who spoke this craze to go and see a poor old man bombarded. A fine war, a glorious triumph indeed. When they had ended, the lad set his teeth, tore in bits the paper clutched between his fingers, and, lighting a candle, flung out of the room, stamping his feet like an Italian actor representing an angry king. Half an hour later he stole gently back to the dining room. His father and mother sat there alone, sad and silent. He asked pardon of his father, who grumblingly shook hands. Then he returned to his room, followed by his mother. "Then we shall hear no more of these ideas?" she tenderly suggested, laying her hands on his shoulders. He answered her with a kiss. The next day he crossed the borders of the Papal States. The discovery of his flight was received with tears, rage, and invectives. They would never consent to see him again. If he came back, they would not even rise from their seats to welcome him. They would not speak to him for a month. They would cut off his allowance. They had 100 other plans for his discomfiture. With the mother it was only talk, but the father meant what he said. He was a good but hard man, averse to compromises and violent in his anger. His son knew it and feared him. It was incomprehensible that the lad should have ventured upon such a step. The news of the 20th of September only increased the resentment of his parents. "He will see," they muttered. "Only let him try to come back." Their words, their gestures, the manner in which they were to receive him, were all thought out and agreed upon. He was to receive a memorable lesson. On the morning of the 22nd they were all seated in the dining room, reading, when there was a great knock at the door, and the boy, flushed, panting, sunburnt, stood erect and motionless on the threshold. No one moved. "What?" cried the boy, extending his arms in amazement. "You haven't heard the news?" No one answered. "Hasn't anyone told you? Has no one been out from Florence? Are you all in the dark still?" No one breathed. "We have heard," one of the girls at length faltered, after exchanging glances with her father, "that Rome was taken." "What? Is that all?" "That is all." "But what a victory! What a victory!" cried the son, with a shout that set them trembling. "So I am the one to tell you of it." They sprang up and surrounded him. "But how is it possible?" he went on, with excited gestures. "How is it possible that you haven't heard anything? Have there been no rumours about the neighbourhood? Haven't the peasants held a meeting? What is the municipality about? Why, it's inconceivable. Just listen. Here, come close to me. So, I'll tell you the whole story. My heart's going at such a rate that I can hardly speak." "But what has happened?" "Wait. You shan't know yet. You must hear the whole story first, from beginning to end. I want to tell you the thing bit by bit, just as I saw it." "But what is it? The Roman festival? The plebiscite? The king's arrival?" "No, no, no. Something much more tremendous." "But tell us, tell us." "Sit down, lad." "But how is it that we haven't heard anything about it?" "How can I tell? All I know is that bringing you the first news of it is the most glorious thing that's ever happened to me. I reached Florence this morning. They knew all about it there, so I rushed straight out here. I fancied that perhaps you mightn't have heard it yet. I'm all out of breath." "But tell us quickly," the mother and daughters cried, drawing their chairs around him. The father remained at a distance. "You shall hear, mother, such things," the boy began. "Here, come closer to me. Well, you know what happened on the morning of the 21st? The rest of the regiments entered. There were the same crowds, the same shouting and music as on the day before, but suddenly, about midday, the noise stopped as if by common consent, first in the Corso, then in the other principal streets, and so, little by little, all over the city. The troops of people began to break up into groups, talking to each other in low voices. Then they scattered in all directions, taking leave of each other in a way that made one think they meant to meet again. It seemed as though the signal had been given to prepare for something tremendous. Men said a hasty word to each other in passing, and then hurried on, each going his own way. The whole Corso was in movement. People were rushing in and out of the houses, calling out from the street and being answered from the windows. Soldiers dashed about as though in answer to a summons. Cavalry officers trotted by. Men and boys passed with bundles of flags on their shoulders and in their arms, all breathless and hurried as if the devil were after them. Not knowing a soul, and having no way of finding out what it all meant, I tried to guess what was up from the expression of their faces. They all looked cheerful enough, but not as frantically glad as they had been. There was a shade of doubt, of anxiety. One could see they were planning something. From the Corso I wandered on through some of the narrower streets, stopping now and then to watch one of the groups. Everywhere I saw the same thing. Crowds of people, all in a hurry, all coming and going, with the same air that I had already noticed in the Corso, of concealing from somebody what they were doing, although it was all being done in the open. Knots, bands, hundreds of men and women passed me in silence. They were all going in the same direction, as though to some appointed meeting place. Where were they going? The father and mother interrupted. Wait a minute. I went back to the Corso. As I approached it, I heard a deep, continuous murmur of voices, growing louder and louder, like the noise of a great crowd. The Corso was full of people, all standing still and facing toward the Capitol, as though they expected something to come from that direction. From the Piazza del Popolo to the Piazza di Venezia, they were jammed so tight that nobody could budge. I heard whispers flying about. Now they're coming. They're coming from over there. Who's coming? The main column. Here's the main column. Here it is. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. All at once there was a stir in the crowd and a big shout. Here they are! And down the middle of the street a wide passageway seemed to open of itself, as though to make room for a procession. Every head was uncovered. I fought my way through from the outer edge of the crowd to get a look at what was coming. I can feel the shiver down my back now. First, a lot of generals in full uniform, and gentlemen in civilian's dress, with the tricolored scarf. In the midst of them, girls, women, and ragged, tattered men, workmen, peasants, women with babies, soldiers of all arms, smartly dressed ladies, students, whole families clutching hold of each other's hands, for fear of getting lost in the crowd, all jammed together, trampled upon, so that they could barely move, and with it all not a sound but a buzzing, monotonous murmur. Silence on both sides of the street, silence in the windows. It was awfully solemn. Half strange and half fearful, I felt as if I were in a trance. But where were they going to? His parents and sisters interposed with growing impatience. Wait a bit, he returned. I fought my way into the thick of it, with the crowds on both sides of the street piling in on top of me. Lord, what a crush! They spread out like a torrent, pouring into every cranny, sweeping people on ahead of them, into shop doors, into the courtyards of houses, wherever there was a yard of vacant space. As we went on, other streams of people kept surging into the Corso from all the side streets, which were just as closely packed. On we swept from the Capitol, and they said that there were thousands more in the Forum. Hordes kept pouring in from the Piazza di Spagna, from the Via del Babuino, from the Piazza del Popolo. Every one had something in his hand, a wreath of flowers, a branch of olive or laurel, a banner, a rag tied to a stick. Some carried holy images uplifted above their heads, inscriptions, emblems, pictures of the Pope, of the King, of the princes, of Garibaldi. Never under the sun was there such a medley and confusion of people and things. And all the while only that low murmur, and the great multitude moving on with a calmness, a dignity that seemed miraculous. I felt as though I were dreaming. They gathered close round him without a word. Suddenly I noticed that the crowd had turned to the left. Round we all went, very slowly, with the greatest difficulty, shoved, trampled on, knocked about, with our arms pinned to our sides, and hardly able to breathe. We fought our way, street by street, to the little square by the bridge of St. Angelo. The bridge itself was crammed with people. Beyond it there were more crowds, which seemed to stretch all the way to St. Peter's. The right bank of the Tiber swarmed like an anthill. Crossing the bridge was a hard job. It took us over a quarter of an hour. The poor devils on each side, in their fear of being pushed over the edge, clutched the parapet madly, and shouted with terror. I believe there were several accidents. Well, at last we got across. All the streets leading to the Piazza of St. Peter were choked with human beings. When we reached the foot of one of the two streets that run straight to St. Peter's, we heard a great roar, like the noise of the sea in a gate. It seemed to come to us in gusts, now near by, now a long way off. It was the noise of the crowd in the square before St. Peter's. We rushed ahead more madly than ever, climbing over each other, carried along, pushed, swept, and dragged, till at last we reached the square. God, if you could have seen it, what a spectacle! The whole huge square was jammed, black, swarming, no longer a square, but an ocean. All around the outer edge, between the four lines of columns, on the steps of the church, in the portico, on the great terraced roof, in the outer galleries of the dome, on the capitals of the columns, on the very pilasters, in the windows of the houses to the right of the square, on the balconies, on the leads, above, below, to the right and to the left, wherever a human being could find foothold, wherever there was some projection to cling to or to dangle from, everywhere there were heads, arms, legs, banners, shouts, gesticulations. The whole of Rome was there. Heavens! And the Vatican? The woman cried in a tremble. All shut up. You know that a wing of the Vatican overlooks the square, and that the Pope's apartments are in that wing. Every window was closed. It looked like an abandoned palace, like a cold, rigid, impassive face, staring straight ahead with wide open, motionless eyes. The crowd looked up at it with a murmur. Over by the church steps I noticed a lot of officers and gentlemen, moving about and giving orders, which seemed to be handed on through the crowd. The excitement was increasing. Every head in the square was uncovered, white heads of old men, brown heads of soldiers, fair heads of little children. The sun blazed down on it all. Thousands of shapes, colors, sounds seemed to undulate and blend. Banners, green boughs, fluttering rags were tossed back and forth as though upon a dancing sea. The crowd seethed and quivered as if the ground underfoot were on fire. Suddenly there was a shout that swept over the whole square. The boys! The children! Let's have the children! Then, as if everyone were following some concerted plan of action, all the children in the square were lifted up above the crowd, and the men and women who carried them fought a way through to the front of the Vatican. The bigger boys made their own way. Bands of 10 and 20 of them, holding each other by the hand, wriggled between people's legs. Hundreds of children, some on their own feet, some carried, some pushed. A whole world of little folk, hidden till then in the crowd, suddenly swarmed in one corner of the square, and how the women screamed, "Take care! Make room! Look out for my child!" Presently there was another shout. The women now! The women! And another shuffling up and settling down of the crowd. Then a third shout, louder than any of the others. The army! The troops! This time. Then came the most indescribable agitation, but underneath it all a sense of order and rapidity. None of the ordinary confusion and delay. Everyone helped, made way, cooperated. The whole immense multitude seemed to be under orders. Gradually the disturbance ceased, the noise diminished, the gesticulation subsided, and looking about one saw that all the soldiers, women and children in the crowd had disappeared, as if by magic. There they all stood on the right side of the square, divided into three great battalions that extended from the door of St. Peter's to the center of the colonnade, all facing the Vatican, packed together and motionless. The crowd burst into frantic applause. "But the Vatican?" the whole family cried out for the third time. Shut up and silent as a convent. But wait! Suddenly the applause ceased, and every head turned backward, whispering, "Silence!" The whisper traveled across the square and down the length of the two streets leading to it. Gradually the sound died out, and the crowd became absolutely, incredibly silent. It was supernatural. All at once, in the midst of this silence, we heard a faint, mysterious chirping, a vague, diffused sound of voices that seemed to come from overhead. Gradually it grew louder, and there was an uncertain gathering of shrill, discordant tones, now close by, now far off, but growing steadier and more harmonious, until at length it was blent in a single, tremulous, silvery chant that soared above us like the singing of a choir of angels. Thousands of children were singing the hymn to Pius IX, the hymn of 47. "O God! O God!" cried the mother and daughters, with clasped hands. That song re-echoed in every heart. It touched something deep down and tender in every one of us. A thrill ran through the crowd. There was a wild waving of arms and hands, as though to take the place of speech. But the only sound was a confused murmur. "Holy Father," that murmur seemed to say, "look at them, listen to them. They are our children. They are your little ones, who are looking for you, who are praying to you, who implore your blessing. Yield to their entreaty. Give them your blessing. Grant that our religion and our country may dwell together as one faith in our hearts. One word from you, Holy Father, one sign from you, one glance even, promising pardon and peace, and every man of us shall be with you and for you, now and forever. Look, these our children and your little ones." Thousands of banners fluttered in the air. The song ceased, and a deep silence followed. "Well?" they cried breathlessly. "Still shut up," the lad answered. Then the women began to sing. There was a deep thrill in the immense voice that rose, a something that throbs only in the breast of mothers. It seemed a cry rather than a hymn. It was sweet and solemn. At first the crowd was motionless. Then a wave of excitement passed over it, and the hymn was drowned in a great clamor. "These are our mothers. These are our wives and sisters. Holy Father, listen to them. They have never known hatred or anger. They have always loved and hoped. All they ask is that you should give them leave to couple your name with that of Italy on their children's lips. Holy Father, one word from you will spare them many cruel doubts and many bitter tears. Give them your blessing, Holy Father." The boy's listeners questioned him with look and gesture. "Still closed," he answered. "Still closed." But then a tremendous chant burst out, followed by a wild surging of the crowd. The soldiers were singing. "These are our soldiers," the people cried. "They shall be yours, Holy Father. They come from the fields and the workshops. They will keep watch at your door, Holy Father. They will attend upon your steps. They were born under your rule. As children, they heard your glorious cry for liberty. They fought the stranger in your name and in that of their king. In the hour of danger, you will find them close about your throne, ready to die for you. One word, Holy Father, and those swords, these breasts, this flesh and blood is yours. They ask your blessing on their country, Holy Father. They ask you to repeat your own glorious words." A window in the Vatican opened. The song ceased. The shouts died out. Silence. There was not a soul in the window. For a few seconds the immense multitude seemed to stop breathing. It seemed as though something moved behind the window, as though at the back of the room a shadow appeared and then vanished. Then we fancied that we caught a glimpse of people moving to and fro, and heard a vague sound. Every face was turned towards the window, every eye was fixed upon it. Suddenly, as if by inspiration, every arm in the multitude was stretched out towards the palace. Mothers lifted their children above their heads. Soldiers swung their caps on the points of their bayonets. Every banner was shaken out, and 100,000 voices burst into one tremendous shout. "Viva! Viva! Viva!" At the window of the Vatican something light-colored appeared, wavered, fluttered in the air. "God in heaven!" cried the boy, with his arms about his mother's neck. It was the flag of Italy. The delight, the joy, the enthusiasm which greeted his words are indescribable. The lad had spoken with so much warmth, had been so carried away by his imagination, that he had not perceived that, gradually, as the story proceeded, he had passed from fact to fiction, and his eyes were wet, his voice shook with the spell of his hallucination. His words carried conviction, and not a doubt clouded the happiness of his listeners. They laughed and cried and kissed each other, feeling themselves suddenly released from all their doubts and scruples, from all the miserable conflicts of conscience that had tortured them as Italians and as Catholics. The reconciliation between Church and State, the dream of so many years. What peace it promised! What a future of love and harmony! What a sense of freedom and security! "Thank God! Thank God!" the mother cried, sinking into a chair, worn out by her emotions. And then, in a moment or two, they were all at the lad again, clamouring for fresh details. "Is it really true? Haven't you dreamed it? Go on, tell us everything. Tell us about the Pope, about the crowd, about what happened next." "What happened next?" the boy began again, in a tired voice. "I hardly know. There was such an uproar, such confusion, such an outburst of frenzy, that the mere recollection of it makes my brain reel. All I saw was a vortex of arms and flags, and the breath was almost knocked out of me by a thundering blow on the chest. After a while I got out of the thick of it, and plunged into one of the streets leading to the bridge of St. Angelo. People were still pouring into the piazza from Borgo Pio with frantic shouts. I heard afterwards that the crowd tried to break into the Vatican. The soldiers had to keep them back, first breast to breast, then with blows, and then with their bayonets. They say that some people were suffocated in the press. No one knows yet what happened inside the Vatican. There was a rumour that the Pope had given his blessing from the window, but I didn't see him. I was almost dead when I got to the bridge. The news of what had taken place had already spread over the whole city, and from every direction crowds were still pouring towards the Vatican. Detachments of cavalry went by me at a trot. Orderlies and aides de camp, carrying orders, dashed along the streets. Hearing their shouts, the people in the windows shouted back at them. Decrepit old men, sick people, women with babies in their arms, swarmed on the terraces, poured out of the houses, questioning, wondering, embracing one another. At last I got to the Corso. At that minute there was a tremendous report from the direction of the Pincio, another from Porta Pia, a third from San Pancrazio. All the batteries of the Italian army were saluting the Pope. Soon afterwards the bells of the capital began to ring. Then, one after another, 100 churches chimed in. The crowds of Borgo Pio surged frantically back towards the left bank of the Tiber, invading the streets, the squares, the houses, stripping the coverings from the papal escutcheons, carrying in triumph busts of Pius IX, portraits and banners. Thousands assembled with frantic cheers before the palaces of the Roman nobles, who were known for their devotion to the Holy See. In answer to the cheers, the owners of the houses appeared on their balconies and unfurled the Italian flag. "Wait a minute, I'm out of breath." As soon as he had recovered his breath, he was assailed with fresh questions. "Well, and what then? And the Vatican? The Pope?" "I don't know. But Rome, that night, how can I ever tell you how beautiful, how great, how marvellous it was? The night was perfectly clear, and I don't believe such an illumination was ever seen since the world began. The Corso was on fire. The churches were jammed with people, and there was preaching in every one of them. The streets were full of music, dancing and singing. People harangued the crowds in the cafes and the theatres. I wanted to see St. Peter's again. There had been a rumour that His Holiness needed rest, and Borgo Pio was as still as it is on the stillest night. The piazza was full of moonlight. A silent throng was gathered about the two fountains and on the steps of the church. Many were sitting down, many stretched at full length on the ground. The greater number had fallen asleep, worn out by the fatigue and excitement of the day. Women, soldiers, children lay huddled together in a confused heap. Hundreds of others were on their knees, and sentinels of all the different corps moved about here and there, with little flags and crosses fastened to the barrels of their guns. The ground was strewn with flags, foliage, flowers, and hats lost in the crush. The windows of the Vatican were lit up. There was not a sound to be heard. The crowd seemed to be holding its breath. I turned away, beside myself at the thought of all that I had seen, of the effect that it would produce in Italy and all over the world, of what you would all say to it, and, you know, most of all, father, I found myself at the station without knowing how I had got there. It was full of noise and confusion. I jumped on to the train. We started, and here I am. The news reached Florence last night. They say the excitement was indescribable. The king has left for Rome. The news is all over the world by this time." He sank into a chair and sat silent, as though his breath had failed him. Then he sprang up and rushed out to intercept the papers, which usually reached the villa at 11 o'clock in the morning. In this way he succeeded in maintaining the blissful delusion until evening. The dinner was full of gaiety. The lad continued to pour out detail after detail, and his listeners to heap benediction upon benediction. Suddenly a hurried step was heard on the stairs, and the bell rang violently. The door opened, and a tall, pale priest, with a drawn mouth, appeared on the threshold. He was a recent acquaintance of the family, who felt no great sympathy for him, but who received him courteously, more out of respect for his cloth than out of regard for his merits. As he entered, all but the son sprang up, and surrounded him with excited exclamations. "Well, have you heard the news? Thank God, it's all ended. The hand of God is in it. What do you think of it all? Tell us, let us hear your opinion." "But what news?" asked the priest, looking from one to the other with astonished eyes. In wild haste, and all speaking at once, they poured out the story of the festival, the forgiveness, the reconciliation. The priest stared at them with the look of a man who finds himself unexpectedly surrounded by lunatics. Then, with a withering glance at the boy and a smile of malignant triumph, "Luckily," he said, "there is not a word of truth in it." "Not a word of truth in it?" they clamored, turning upon their informant. The boy, unmoved by their agitation, returned the priest's look half scornfully, half sadly. "Your reverence, don't say fortunately. Since you are an Italian, say, rather, alas, that is not so." For a moment the others stood aghast, then, angered, as people will be, rather against those who undeceive them than against those who delude them, they turned towards the priest, involuntarily echoing the boy's words. "He's right, your reverence. Say, rather, alas, that it is not so." The priest pointed to his own breast with a long, knotty finger. "I?" he exclaimed bitterly. "Never!" At these words the boy's father, rudely roused from his mood of tender exultation, and bursting after his wont into sudden fury, stretched his arm towards the priest with a cry that rang through the room like a pistol shot. "Out of my house this instant!" The priest stalked out, slamming the door. The lad's arms were about his father's neck, and the old man, laying his hands on his son's head, said gently, "I forgive you." End of A Great Day by Edmondo de Amicis, as translated by Edith Wharton.
He Rose to the Occasion by Francis M. Whicher, from Little Masterpieces of American Wit and Humor, edited by Thomas L. Masson. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. He Rose to the Occasion by Francis M. Whicher. Several years ago there labored in one of the western villages of Minnesota a preacher who was always in the habit of selecting his texts from the Old Testament, and particularly some portion of the history of Noah. No matter what the occasion was, he would always find some parallel incident from the history of this great character that would readily serve as the text or illustration. At one time he was called upon to unite the daughter of the village mayor and a prominent attorney in the holy bonds of matrimony. Two little boys, knowing his determination to give them a portion of the sacred history touching Noah's marriage, hit upon a novel idea of pasting together two leaves in the family Bible so as to connect, without any apparent break, the marriage of Noah and the description of the Ark of the Covenant. When the noted guests were all assembled and the contracting parties with attendants in their respective stations, The preacher began the ceremony by reading the following text. And when Noah was 140 years old, he took upon himself a wife. Then, turning the page, he continued, 300 cubits in length, 50 cubits in width, and 30 cubits in depth, and within and without besmeared with pitch. The story seemed a little strong, but he could not doubt the Bible, and after reading it once more and reflecting a moment, he turned to the startled assemblage with these remarks. My beloved brethren, this is the first time in the history of my life that my attention has been called to this important passage of the Scriptures. But it seems to me that it is one of the most forceful illustrations of the grand eternal truth, that the nature of woman is exceedingly difficult to comprehend. End of He Rose to the Occasion by Francis M. Witcher.
The Liars by Dorothy Parker. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Reading by Michael Rourke. The Liars by Dorothy Parker. From Life, 1922. Keeps asking me why I don't get a maid, and I just say to him, no, Fred, I wouldn't have one if you were to get down on your knees and beg me to. A maid would only be in my way around the house. I'd much rather do my own. Looked all over New York City and simply couldn't find one thing that I would put on my back. Not one thing. So I said to myself, well, if they're going to wear such freakish styles, I'll show them that I have a little sense left anyway. And I got out the suit I had 2 seasons ago, and everybody remarks on how wouldn't have a big apartment if you were to give me one rent-free. What I say is, 2 rooms are so much cozier and more homelike than those great big. But I said, no, I wouldn't give you 10 cents for all the automobiles in the world. Why, it's so much easier to get on a car when you want to get any place in a hurry. All sorts of invitations to go out to dinners and dances and theaters and I don't know what all. I often say she could be out every minute if she wanted to, but Emma tells me, Mother, she says, I don't want to run around the way some of these girls do. I'd rather stay home with a good book and every year he asks me if I won't take a cottage someplace for the summer, but I tell him he couldn't drive me out of the city. Why, little old New York is the best summer resort. Don't see why anyone wants to bother with this 400 business. These society people don't have such a good time after all. Of course, both Rayner and I have lots of relatives with all sorts of social position and all that, and if I wanted to take the trouble, I could get right into the very best. Trouble with these Fifth Avenue gowns is, every woman you see has one on. They all look just alike. So I have this awfully clever little dressmaker come in for 3 days every spring and fall, and she makes me things that are really out of the. But I wouldn't hear of it. No, George, I said, it would be silly to put all that money into real pearls when they make such wonderful imitations. I would much rather have the imitation and not have to worry about burglars. So I bought the string for $3.50. End of The Liars by Dorothy Parker.
Lighter Than You Think by Nelson Bond. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. Lighter Than You Think by Nelson Bond. Sandy's eyes needed only jet propulsion to become flying saucers. Wasn't Pat wonderful? She beamed at everyone. Some joker in the dear dead days now virtually beyond recall won 2-bit immortality by declaring, "What this country needs is a good 5-cent cigar," which is, of course, Victorian malarkey. What this country really needs is a good 5-cent nickel. Or perhaps a good cigar-shaped spaceship. There's a fortune waiting somewhere out in space for the man who can go out there and claim it. A fortune! And if you think I'm just talking through my hat, lend an ear. Joyce started the whole thing, or maybe I did when, for the umpteenth time, I suggested she should marry me. She smiled in a way that showed she didn't disapprove of my persistence, but loosed a salvo of devastating negatives. "No deal," she crisped decisively. "Know why? No dough." "But sugar," I pleaded. "Two can live as cheaply as one." "This is true," replied Joyce, "only of guppies. Understand, Don, I don't mind changing my name from Carter to Mallory. In fact, I'd rather like to. But I have no desire whatsoever to be known to the neighbors as that poor little Mrs. Mallory in last year's coat." "I'll marry you," she continued firmly, "when, as, and if you get a promotion." Her answer was by no stretch of the imagination a reason for loud cheers, handsprings, and cartwheels. "Because I'm a federal employee. The United States Patent Office is my beat. There's one nice thing to be said about working for the bewhiskered old gentleman in the star-spangled stovepipe and striped breeches. It's permanent. Once you get your name inscribed on the list of civil service employees, it takes an act of Congress to blast it off again. And of course I don't have to remind you how long it takes for that body of vote-happy windbags to act. Terrapins in treacle are greased lightning by comparison. But advancement is painfully slow in a department where discharges are unheard of and resignations rare. When I started clerking for this madhouse, I was assistant to the assistant chief clerk's assistant. Now, 10 years later, by dint of mighty effort and cultivated facility for avoiding senatorial investigations, I've succeeded in losing only one of those redundant adjectives. Being my secretary, Joyce certainly realized this. But women have a remarkable ability to separate business and pleasure. So, "A promotion," she insisted, "or at least a good substantial raise." "In case you don't know it," I told her gloomily, "you are displaying a lamentable, vulgar interest in one of life's lesser values. Happiness, not money, should be man's chief goal." "What good is happiness," demanded Joyce, "if you can't buy money with it?" "Why hoard lucre?" I sniffed. "You can't take it with you." "In that case," Joyce said flatly, "I'm not going. There's no use arguing, Don. I've made up my mind." At this moment, our dreary little impasse was ended by a sudden tumult outside my office. There was a squealing shriek, a shuffle of footsteps, a pounding of fists upon my door, and over all the shrill tones, an old, familiar voice, high-pitched in triumph. "Let me in! Let me in! I've got to see him instantaneously. This time I've got it. I've absolutely got it." Joyce and I gasped, then broke simultaneously for the door, as it flew open to reveal a tableau resembling the Laotian group sans snake and party of the third part. Back to the door, and struggling valiantly to defend it, stood the receptionist, Miss Thomas. Held briefly but volubly at bay was a red-thatched, buck-toothed individual. And I do mean individual, with a face like the map of Erie, who stopped wrestling as he saw us and grinned delighted. "Hello there, Mr. Mallory," he said. "Hi, Miss Joyce." "Pat," we both called at once. "Pat Pending." Miss Thomas, a relative newcomer to our bailiwick, seemed baffled by the warmth of our greeting. She entered the office with our visitor, and as Joyce and I pump-handled him enthusiastically, she asked, "You know this gentleman, Mr. Mallory?" "I should say we do," I chortled. "Pat, you old naughty word, where on earth have you been hiding lately? Surely you've heard of the great Patrick Pending, Miss Thomas?" asked Joyce. "Pending?" faltered Miss Thomas. "I seem to have heard the name, or seen it somewhere." Pat beamed upon her companionably. Stepping to my desk, he upended a typewriter and pointed to the legend, in tiny letters, stamped on the frame. Reg. U.S. Pat off, Pat pending. Here, perhaps, he suggested. I invented this, and the airplane, and the automobile, and, oh, ever so many things. You'll find my name inscribed on every one. I, he announced modestly, am Pat Pending, the greatest inventulator of all times. Miss Thomas stared at me goggle-eyed. Is he? She demanded. I mean, did he? I nodded solemnly. Not only those, but a host of other marvels. The bacular clock, the transmatter, the predictograph. Miss Thomas turned on Pat a gaze of fawning admiration. How wonderful, she breathed. Oh, it's nothing really, said Pat, wriggling. But it is. Most of the things brought in here are so absurd. Automatic hat tippers, self-defrosting galoshes, punching bags that defend themselves. Disdainfully, she indicated the display collection of screwball items we called our Chamber of Horrors. It's simply marvelous to meet a man who has invented things really worthwhile. Honestly, the look in her eyes was sickening. But was Pat nauseated? Not him. The big goon was lapping it up like a famished feline. His simpering smirk stretched from ear to there as he murmured, Now, Miss Thomas. Sandra, Mr. Pending, she sighed softly. To you, just plain Sandy, please. Well, Sandy, Pat gulped. I said disgustedly, Look, you two break it up. Love at first sight is wonderful in books, but in a federal office I'm pretty sure it's unconstitutional, and it may be subversive. Would you mind coming down to earth? Pat, you barged in here squalling about some new invention. Is that correct? With an effort, Pat wrenched his gaze from his newfound admirer and nodded soberly. That's right, Mr. Mallory, and a great one, too. One that will revolutionate the world. Will you give me the applicationist form, please? I want to file it immediately. Not so fast, Pat. You know the routine. What's the nature of this remarkable discovery? You may write it down, said Pat grandiloquently, as Pat Pending's lightning rod. I glanced at Joyce and she at me. Then both of us at Pending. But Pat, I exclaimed, that's ridiculous. Ben Franklin invented the lightning rod 200 years ago. I said lightning, retorted my red-headed friend, not lightning. My invention doesn't conduct electricity to the ground, but from it. He brandished a slim baton, which until then I had assumed to be an ordinary walking stick. With this, he claimed, I can make things weigh as much or as little as I please. The eyes of Sandy Thomas needed only jet propulsion to become flying saucers. Isn't he wonderful, Mr. Mallory? She gasped, but her enthusiasm wasn't contagious. I glowered at Pending coldly. Oh, come now, Pat, I scoffed. You can't really believe that yourself. After all, there are such things as basic principles. Weight is not a variable factor, and so far as I know, Congress hasn't repealed the law of gravity. Pat sighed regretfully. You've always been so hard to convince, Mr. Mallory, he complained. But, oh well, take this. He handed me the baton. I stared at it curiously. It looked rather like a British swagger stick, slim, dainty, well-balanced, but the ornamental gadget on its top was not commonplace. It seemed to be a knob or dial of some kind, divided into segments scored with veneer markings. I gazed at Pending askance. Well, Pat, what now? How much do you weigh, Mr. Mallory? 165, I answered. You sure of that? I'm not, but my bathroom scales appear to be, this morning. Why? Do you think Miss Joyce could lift you? I said thoughtfully, well, that's an idea, but I doubt it. She won't even let me try to support her. I'm serious, Mr. Mallory. Do you think she could lift you with one hand? Don't be silly. Of course not. Nor could you. That's where you're wrong, said Pending firmly. She can, and will. He reached forward suddenly and twisted the metal cap on the stick in my hands. As he did so, I loosed a cry of alarm and almost dropped the baton, for instantaneously I experienced a startling, flighty giddiness, a sudden loss of weight that made me feel as if my soles were treading on sponge rubber. my shoulders sprouting wings. "Hold on to it!" cried Pat. Then to Joyce, "Lift him, Miss Joyce." Joyce faltered. "How? Like this?" and touched a finger to my midriff. Immediately my feet left the floor. I started flailing futilely, to trample 6 inches of ozone back to the solid floorboards, to no avail. With no effort whatsoever, Joyce raised me high above her head until my dazed dome was shedding dandruff on the ceiling. "Well, Mr. Mallory," said Pat, "do you believe me now?" "Get me down out of here," I howled. "You know I can't stand high places." "You now weigh less than 10 pounds. "Never mind the statistics. I feel like a circus balloon. How do I get down again?" "Turn the knob on the cane," advised Pat. "To your normal weight. Careful now. Not so fast." His warning came too late. I hit the deck with a resounding thud and the cane came clattering after. Pat retrieved it hurriedly, inspected it to make sure it was not damaged. I glared at him as I picked myself off the floor. "You might show some interest in me," I grumbled. "I doubt if that stick will need a liniment rub down tonight." "Okay, Pat, you're right. I'm wrong, as you usually are. That modern variation of the witch's broomstick does operate. Only, how?" "That dial at the top governs weight," explained Pat. "When you turn it—" "Skip that. I know how it is operated. I want to know what makes it work." "Well," exclaimed Pat, "I'm not certain I can make it clear, but it's all tied in with the elemental scientific problems of mass, weight, gravity, and electrical energy. What is electricity, for example?" "I used to know," I frowned, "but I forgot." Joyce shook her head sorrowfully. "Friends," she intoned, "let us all bow our heads. This is a moment of great tragedy. The only man in the world who ever knew what electricity is, and he is forgotten." "That's the whole point," agreed Pending. "No one knows what electricity really is. All we know is how to use it. Einstein has demonstrated that the force of gravity and electrical energy are kindred, perhaps different aspects of a common phenomenon. That was my starting point." "So this rod, which enables you to defy the law of gravity, is electrical?" "Electricaceous," corrected Pat. "You see, I have transmogrified the polarifity of certain ingredular cellulations, a series of disintegrated halcyon sites, activated by hypermagnetation, set up a disruptular wave motion which results in countergravity. And there you are. 99% of the time, Pat Pending talks like a normal human being. But ask him to explain the mechanisms of one of his inventions, and linguistic hell breaks loose. He begins jabbering like a schizophrenic parrot reading a Sanskrit dictionary backward. I sighed and surrendered all hope of ever actually learning how his great new discovery worked. I turned my thoughts to more important matters. "Okay, Pat. We'll dismiss the details as trivial and get down to brass tacks. What is your invention used for?" "Eh?" said the redhead. "It is not enough that an idea is practicable," I pointed out. "It must also be practical to be of any value in this frenzied modern era. What good is your invention?" "What good," demanded Joyce, "is a newborn baby?" "Don't change the subject," I suggested. "Or come to think of it, maybe you should. At the diaper level, life is just one damp thing after another. But how to turn Pat's brainchild into cold, hard cash? That's the question before the board now. Individual flight a la Superman? No dice. I can testify from personal experience that once you get up, you're completely out of control, and I can't see any sense in humans trying to fly with jet flames scorching their base of operations. Elevators? Derricks? Building cranes? Possibly. But lifting a couple of 100 pounds is one thing. Lifting a few tons is a horse of a different color. No, Pat," I continued, "I don't see just how—" Sandy Thomas squeaked suddenly and grasped my arm. "That's it, Mr. Mallory," she cried. "That's it!" What's what?" "You wanted to know how Pat could make money on his invention. You just answered your own question. I have. Horses. Horse racing, to be exact. You've heard of handicaps, haven't you? I'm overwhelmed with them, I nodded wearily. A secretary who is repulsed by my honorable advances. A receptionist who squeals in my ear. Listen, Mr. Mallory, what's the last thing horses do before they go to the post? Check the tote board, I said promptly, to find out if I've got any money on them. Horses hate me. They formed an equine conspiracy to prove to me the ancient adage that a fool and his money are soon parted. Now, wait a minute, chimed in Joyce thoughtfully. I know what Sandy means. They weigh in. Is that right? Exactly. The more weight a horse is bearing, the slower it runs. That's the purpose of handicapping. But if a horse that is supposed to be carrying more than 100 pounds is actually only carrying 10, well, you see... Sandy paused breathlessly. I stared at her with a gathering respect. Never underestimate the power of a woman, I said, when it comes to devising new and ingenious methods of perpetrating petty larceny. There's only one small fly in the ointment, as far as I can see. How do we convince some racehorse owner he should become a party to this gentle felony? Oh, you don't have to, smiled Sandy cheerfully. I'm already convinced. You? You own a horse? Yes. Haven't you ever heard of tap water? Oh, sure. That drip's running all the time. Joyce tossed me a disapproving glance. This is a matter of gravity, Donald, she stated, and you keep treating it with levity. Sandy, do you really own tap water? He's the colt who won the Monmouth Futurity, isn't he? That's right, and 4 other starts this season. That's been our big trouble. He shows such promise that the judges have placed him under a terrific weight handicap. To run in next week's Gold Stakes, for instance, he would have to carry 124 pounds. I was hesitant to enter him because of that. But with Pat's new invention, she turned to Pat, eyes glowing, he could enter and win. Pat said uncertainly, I don't know. I don't like gambling. And it doesn't seem quite ethical, somehow. I asked Sandy, suppose he ran carrying 124. What would be the probable odds? High, she replied, very high. Perhaps as high as 40 to 1. In that case, I decided, it's not only ethical, it's a moral obligation. If you're opposed to gambling, Pat, what better way can you think of to put the pari-mutuels out of business? And besides, Sandy pointed out, this would be a wonderful opportunity to display your new discovery before an audience of thousands. Well, Pat, what do you say? Pat hesitated, caught a glimpse of Sandy's pleading eyes, and was lost. Very well, he said. We'll do it. Mr. Mallory, enter tap water in the Gold Stakes. We'll put on the most spectacular exhibition in the history of gambleizing. Thus it was that approximately 1 week later our piratical little crew was assembled once again, this time in the paddock at Laurel. In case you're an inland aborigine, let me explain that Laurel Racetrack, from the township of the same name, is where horse fanciers from the District of Columbia go to abandon their capital and capital on weekends. We were briefing our jockey, a scrawny youth with a pair of oversized ears, on the use of Pat's lightning rod. Being short on gray matter as well as on stature, he wasn't getting it at all. You mean, he said for the 3rd or 33rd time, you don't want me to hit the nag with this bat? Heavens, no, gasped Pat, blenching. It's much too delicate for that. Don't fool yourself, mister. Horses can stand a lot of leather. Not the horse, stupid, I said. The bat. This is the only riding crop of its kind in the world. We don't want it damaged. All you have to do is carry it. We'll do the rest. How about setting the dial, Don? Asked Joyce. Pat will do that just before the horse moves onto the track. Now let's get going. It's weigh-in time. We moved to the scales with our rider. He stepped aboard the platform complete with silks and saddle, and the spinner leapt to a staggering 102, whereupon the official started gravely handing him little leather sacks. What's this? I whispered to Sandy. Prizes for malnutrition? He must have won all the blackjacks east of the Mississippi. The handicap, she whispered back. Lead weights at 1 pound each. If he starts to lose, I ruminated, they'd make wonderful ammunition. 124, announced the chief weigher-inner. Next entry. We returned to Tapwater. The jockey fastened the weights to his gear, saddled up and mounted. From the track came the traditional bugle call. Sandy nodded to Pat. All right, Pat, now. Pat twisted the knob on his lightning rod and handed the stick to the jockey. The little horseman gasped, rose 3 inches in his stirrups, and almost let go of the baton. Hey, he exclaimed, I feel funny. I feel... Never mind that, I told him. Just you hold on to that rod until the race is over, and when you come back, give it to Pat immediately. Understand? Yes, but I feel so lightheaded. That's because you're feather-brained, I advised him. Now get going. Giddy up, Dobbin. I patted Tapwater's flank, and so help me Newton, I think that one gentle tap pushed the colt halfway to the starting gate. He pattered across the turf with a curious bouncing gait, as if he were running on tiptoe. We hastened to our seats in the grandstand. Did you get all the bets down? Asked Joyce. I nodded and displayed a deck of ducats. It might not have occurred to you, my sweet, I announced gleefully, but these pasteboards are transferable on demand for rice and old shoes, the sweet strains of Oh Promise Me, and the scent of orange blossoms. You insisted that I should have a nest egg before you would murmur, I do. Well, after this race, these tickets will be worth... I cast a swift last glance at the tote board's closing odds, quoting Tapwater at 35 to 1. Approximately $70,000. Donald, gasped Joyce, you didn't bet all your savings. Every cent, I told her cheerfully. Why not? But if something should go wrong, if Tapwater should lose... He won't. See what I mean? For even as we were talking, the bell jangled, the crowd roared, and the horses were off. 8 entries surged from the starting gate, and already one full length in front pranced the weight-free, Lightfoot Tapwater. At the quarter post, our colt had stretched his lead to 3 lengths, and I shouted in Pending's ear, how much does that jockey weigh anyway? About 6 pounds, said Pat. I turned the knob to cancel 118. At the half, all the other horses could glimpse of Tapwater was heels. At the 3/4 post, he was so far ahead that the jockey must have been lonely. As he rounded into the stretch, I caught a binocular view of his face, and he looked dazed and a little frightened. He wasn't actually riding Tapwater. The colt was simply skimming home, and he was holding on for dear life to make sure he didn't blow off the horse's back. The result was a foregone conclusion, of course. Tapwater crossed the finish line 9 lengths ahead, setting a new track record. The crowd went wild. Over the hubbub, I clutched Pat's arm and bawled, I'll go collect our winnings. Hurry down to the track and swap that lightning rod for the real bat we brought along. He'll have to weigh out again, you know. Scoot. The others vanished paddockward as I went for the big payoff. It was dreary at the totalizer window. I was one of a scant handful who had bet on Tapwater, so it took no time at all to scoop into the valise I had brought along $70,000 in crisp green lettuce, which the awed teller passed across the counter. Then I hurried back to join the others in the winter circle, where the bedlam was not only raining, but pouring. Flashbulbs were popping all over the place. Cameramen were screaming for just one more of the jockey, the owner, the fabulous Tapwater. The officials were vainly striving to quiet the tumult so they could award the prize. I found Pending worming his way out of the heart of the crowd. Did you get it? I demanded. He nodded, thrusting the knobbed baton into my hand. You substituted the normal one? Again he nodded. Hastily, I thrust the lightning rod out of sight into my valise. We elbowed forward to share the triumphant moment. It was a great experience. I felt giddy with joy. I was walking on little pink clouds of happiness. Security was mine at last. And Joyce as well. Ladies and gentlemen, called the chief official, your attention please. Today we have witnessed a truly spectacular feat. The setting of a new track record by a champion racing under a tremendous handicap. I give you a magnificent racehorse. Tapwater. That's right, folks, I bawled, carried away by the excitement. Give this little horse a great big hand. Setting the example, I laid down the bag, started clapping vigorously. From a distance I could hear Pat Pending's agonized scream. Mr. Mallory, the suitcase! Grab it! I glanced down, belatedly aware of the danger of theft, but too late. The bag had disappeared. Hey, I yelled. Who swiped my bag? Police! Up there, Mr. Mallory, bawled Pat. Jump! I glanced skyward. 3 feet above my head and rising swiftly was the valise in which I had cached not only our winnings, but Pat's gravity-defying rod. I leapt, but in vain. I was still making feeble, futile efforts to make like the moon-hurdling nursery rhyme cow, when quite a while later 2 strong young men in white jackets came and jabbed me with a sedative. Later, when time and barbiturates had dulled the biting edge of my despair, we assembled once again in my office, and I made my apologies to my friends. It was all my fault, I acknowledged. I should have realized Pat didn't readjust the rod when I placed it in my bag. It felt lighter, but I was so excited. It was my fault, mourned Pat, for not changing it immediately, but I was afraid someone might see me. Perhaps if we hired an airplane, I suggested. Pat shook his head. No, Mr. Mallory, the rod is set to cancel out 118 pounds. The bag weighs less than 20. It will go miles above the reach of any airplane before it settles into orbit around the Earth. Well, there goes my dreamed-of fortune, I said sadly, accompanied by the fading strains of the unplayed wedding march. I'm sorry, Joyce. Isn't there one thing you folks are overlooking? Asked Sandy Thomas. My goodness, you'd think we had lost our last cent just because some old bag flew away. For your information, I told her, that is precisely what happened to me. My entire bank account vanished into the wild blue yonder, and some of Pat's money, too. But have you forgotten, she insisted, that we won the race? Of course, the track officials were a wee bit suspicious when your suitcase took off, but they can't prove anything, so they paid me the gold stakes prize. If we split it 4 ways, we'll all make a nice little profit. Oh, she added, if you and Joyce want to make yours a double share, we could split it 3 ways. Or, she continued hopefully, if Pat wants to, we could make 2 double shares and split it 50-50. From the look in Pat's eyes, I knew he was stunned by this possibility, and from the look in hers, I felt she was going to make every effort to take advantage of his bewilderment. So, as I said before, what this country needs is a good cigar-shaped spaceship. There's a fortune waiting somewhere out in space for the man who can go out there and claim it. $70,000 in cold, hard cash. Indubitatiously. End of Lighter Than You Think by Nelson Bond. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org.
Madame Baptiste by Guy de Maupassant. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Madame Baptiste by Guy de Maupassant. The first thing I did was to look at the clock as I entered the waiting room of the station at Louvain, and I found that I had to wait 2 hours and 10 minutes for the Paris express. I had walked 20 miles and felt suddenly tired. Not seeing anything on the station walls to amuse me, I went outside and stood there, racking my brains to think of something to do. The street was a kind of boulevard, planted with acacias, and on either side a row of houses of varying shape and different styles of architecture, houses such as one only sees in a small town, and ascended a slight hill, at the extreme end of which there were some trees, as though it ended in a park. From time to time a cat crossed the street and jumped over the gutters carefully. A cur sniffed at every tree and hunted for scraps from the kitchens, but I did not see a single human being, and I felt listless and disheartened. What could I do with myself? I was already thinking of the inevitable and interminable visit to the small cafe at the railway station, where I should have to sit over a glass of undrinkable beer and the illegible newspaper, when I saw a funeral procession coming out of a side street into the one in which I was, and the sight of the hearse was a relief to me. It would, at any rate, give me something to do for 10 minutes. Suddenly, however, my curiosity was aroused. The hearse was followed by 8 gentlemen, one of whom was weeping, while the others were chatting together. But there was no priest, and I thought to myself, "This is a non-religious funeral." And then I reflected that a town like Louvain must contain at least 100 freethinkers, who would have made a point of making a manifestation. What could it be, then? The rapid pace of the procession clearly proved that the body was to be buried without ceremony, and consequently without the intervention of the Church. My idle curiosity framed the most complicated surmises, and as the hearse passed me, a strange idea struck me, which was to follow it with the 8 gentlemen. That would take up my time for an hour at least, and I accordingly walked with the others, with a sad look on my face, and on seeing this, the 2 last turned round in surprise, and then spoke to each other in a low voice. No doubt they were asking each other whether I belonged to the town, and then they consulted the 2 in front of them, who stared at me in turn. This close scrutiny annoyed me, and to put an end to it I went up to them, and, after bowing, I said: "I beg your pardon, gentlemen, for interrupting your conversation, but, seeing a civil funeral, I have followed it, although I did not know the deceased gentleman whom you are accompanying." "It was a woman," one of them said. I was much surprised at hearing this, and asked: "But it is a civil funeral, is it not?" The other gentleman, who evidently wished to tell me all about it, then said: "Yes and no. The clergy have refused to allow us the use of the church." On hearing this I uttered a prolonged "Ah!" of astonishment. I could not understand it at all, but my obliging neighbour continued: "It is rather a long story. This young woman committed suicide, and that is the reason why she cannot be buried with any religious ceremony. The gentleman who is walking first, and who is crying, is her husband." I replied with some hesitation: "You surprise and interest me very much, monsieur. Shall I be indiscreet if I ask you to tell me the facts of the case? If I am troubling you, forget that I have said anything about the matter." The gentleman took my arm familiarly. "Not at all, not at all. Let us linger a little behind the others, and I will tell it to you, although it is a very sad story. We have plenty of time before getting to the cemetery, the trees of which you see up yonder, for it is a stiff pull up this hill." And he began: "This young woman, Madame Paul Harmon, was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the neighbourhood, Monsieur Fontenelle. When she was a mere child of 11, she had a shocking adventure. A footman attacked her and she nearly died. A terrible criminal case was the result, and the man was sentenced to penal servitude for life. The little girl grew up, stigmatized by disgrace, isolated, without any companions, and grown-up people would scarcely kiss her, for they thought that they would soil their lips if they touched her forehead, and she became a sort of monster, a phenomenon to all the town. People said to each other in a whisper, 'You know little Fontanelle,' and everybody turned away in the streets when she passed. Her parents could not even get a nurse to take her out for a walk, as the other servants held aloof from her, as if contact with her would poison everybody who came near her. It was pitiable to see the poor child go and play every afternoon. She remained quite by herself, standing by her maid and looking at the other children amusing themselves. Sometimes, yielding to an irresistible desire to mix with the other children, she advanced timidly, with nervous gestures, and mingled with a group with furtive steps, as if conscious of her own disgrace. And immediately the mothers, aunts, and nurses would come running from every seat and take the children entrusted to their care by the hand and drag them brutally away. Little Fontanelle remained isolated, wretched, without understanding what it meant, and then she began to cry, nearly heartbroken with grief, and then she used to run and hide her head in her nurse's lap, sobbing. As she grew up, it was worse still. They kept the girls from her, as if she were stricken with the plague. Remember that she had nothing to learn, nothing, that she no longer had the right to the symbolical wreath of orange flowers, that almost before she could read she had penetrated that redoubtable mystery which mothers scarcely allow their daughters to guess at, trembling as they enlighten them on the night of their marriage. When she went through the streets, always accompanied by her governess, as if her parents feared some fresh terrible adventure, with her eyes cast down under the load of that mysterious disgrace which she felt was always weighing upon her, the other girls, who were not nearly so innocent as people thought, whispered and giggled as they looked at her knowingly, and immediately turned their heads absently if she happened to look at them. People scarcely greeted her, only a few men bowed to her, and the mothers pretended not to see her, while some young blackguards called her Madame Baptiste, after the name of the footman who had attacked her. Nobody knew the secret torture of her mind, for she hardly ever spoke, and never laughed, and her parents themselves appeared uncomfortable in her presence, as if they bore her a constant grudge for some irreparable fault. An honest man would not willingly give his hand to a liberated convict, would he, even if that convict were his own son? And Monsieur and Madame Fontanelle looked on their daughter as they would have done on a son who had just been released from the hulks. She was pretty and pale, tall, slender, distinguished looking, and she would have pleased me very much, monsieur, but for that unfortunate affair. Well, when a new sub prefect was appointed here, 18 months ago, he brought his private secretary with him. He was a queer sort of fellow, who had lived in the Latin Quarter, it appears. He saw Mademoiselle Fontanelle and fell in love with her, and when told of what occurred, he merely said, "Bah! That is just a guarantee for the future, and I would rather it should have happened before I married her than afterward. I shall live tranquilly with that woman." He paid his addresses to her, asked for her hand, and married her, and then, not being deficient in assurance, he paid wedding calls, as if nothing had happened. Some people returned them, others did not. But at last the affair began to be forgotten, and she took her proper place in society. She adored her husband as if he had been a god. You must remember he had restored her to honour and to social life, had braved public opinion, faced insults, and, in a word, performed such a courageous act as few men would undertake, and she felt the most exalted and tender love for him. When she became enceinte, and it was known, the most particular people and the greatest sticklers opened their doors to her, as if she had been definitely purified by maternity. It is strange, but so it is, and thus everything was going on as well as possible until the other day, which was the feast of the patron saint of our town. The prefect, surrounded by his staff and the authorities, presided at the musical competition, and when he had finished his speech the distribution of medals began, which Paul Hamon, his private secretary, handed to those who were entitled to them. As you know, there are always jealousies and rivalries which make people forget all propriety. All the ladies of the town were there on the platform, and in his turn the bandmaster from the village of Montmillon came up. This band was only to receive a second-class medal, for one cannot give first-class medals to everybody, can one? But when the private secretary handed him his badge, the man threw it in his face and exclaimed, "You may keep your medal for Baptiste. You owe him a first-class one, also, just as you do me." There were a number of people there who began to laugh. The common herd are neither charitable nor refined, and every eye was turned toward that poor lady. Have you ever seen a woman going mad, monsieur? Well, we were present at the sight. She got up and fell back on her chair 3 times in succession, as if she wished to make her escape, but saw that she could not make her way through the crowd, and then another voice in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh, oh, Madame Baptiste!" And a great uproar, partly of laughter and partly of indignation, arose. The word was repeated over and over again. People stood on tiptoe to see the unhappy woman's face. Husbands lifted their wives up in their arms so that they might see her, and people asked, "Which is she? The one in blue?" The boys crowed like cocks, and laughter was heard all over the place. She did not move now on her state chair, but sat just as if she had been put there for the crowd to look at. She could not move, nor conceal herself, nor hide her face. Her eyeballs blinked quickly, as if a vivid light were shining on them, and she breathed heavily, like a horse that is going up a steep hill, so that it almost broke one's heart to see her. Meanwhile, however, Monsieur Hamot had seized the ruffian by the throat, and they were rolling on the ground together, amid a scene of indescribable confusion, and the ceremony was interrupted. An hour later, as the Hamots were returning home, the young woman, who had not uttered a word since the insult, but who was trembling as if all her nerves had been set in motion by springs, suddenly sprang over the parapet of the bridge and threw herself into the river before her husband could prevent her. The water is very deep under the arches, and it was 2 hours before her body was recovered. Of course she was dead. The narrator stopped, and then added, "It was, perhaps, the best thing she could do under the circumstances. There are some things which cannot be wiped out, and now you understand why the clergy refused to have her taken into church. Ah, if it had been a religious funeral, the whole town would have been present, but you can understand that her suicide added to the other affair and made families abstain from attending her funeral. And then it is not an easy matter here to attend a funeral which is performed without religious rites." We passed through the cemetery gates, and I waited, much moved by what I had heard, until the coffin had been lowered into the grave, before I went up to the poor fellow who was sobbing violently to press his hand warmly. He looked at me in surprise through his tears, and then he said, "Thank you, monsieur." And I was not sorry I had followed the funeral. End of Madame Baptiste by Guy de Maupassant.
The Man of No Account. From The Luck of Roaring Camp and Other Tales by Bret Harte. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Man of No Account by Bret Harte. His name was Fagg, David Fagg. He came to California in '52 with us, in the skyscraper. I don't think he did it in any adventurous way. He probably had no place else to go to. When a knot of us young fellows would recite what splendid opportunities we'd resigned to go, and how sorry our friends were to have us leave, and show daguerreotypes and locks of hair, and talk about Mary and Susan, the Man of No Account used to sit by and listen with a pained, mortified expression on his plain face, and say nothing. I think he had nothing to say. He had no associates, except when we patronized him, and in point of fact he was a good deal of sport to us. He was always seasick whenever we had a capful of wind. He never got his sea legs on either. And I never shall forget how we all laughed when Ethler took him a piece of pork on a string, and but you know that time-honored joke. And then we had such a splendid lark with him. Miss Fanny Twinkler couldn't bear the sight of him, and we used to make Fagg think that she had taken a fancy to him, and sent him little delicacies and books from the cabin. You ought to have witnessed the rich scene that took place when he came up, stammering and very sick, to thank her. Didn't she flash up grandly and beautifully and scornfully? So like Medora, Rattler said. Rattler knew Byron by heart. And wasn't old Fagg awfully cut up? But he got over it, and when Rattler fell sick at Valparaiso, old Fagg used to nurse him. You see, he was a good sort of fellow, but he lacked manliness and spirit. He had absolutely no idea of poetry. I've seen him sit stolidly mending his old clothes when Rattler delivered the stirring apostrophe of Byron's to the sea. He asked Rattler once, quite seriously, if he thought Byron ever got seasick. I don't remember Rattler's reply, but I do know we all laughed very much, and I have no doubt it was something good, for Rattler was smart. When the skyscraper arrived in San Francisco, we had a grand feed. We agreed to meet every year and perpetuate the occasion. Of course, we didn't invite Fagg. Fagg was a steerage passenger, and it was necessary, you see, now that we were ashore, to exercise a little discretion. Old Fagg, as we called him, he was only about 25 years old, by the way, was the source of immense amusement to us that day. It appeared that he had conceived the idea that he would walk to Sacramento, and actually started off afoot. We had a good time and shook hands with each other all around, and so parted. Ah me, only 8 years ago, and yet some of those hands, then clasped in amity, have been clenched at each other, or have dipped furtively in one another's pockets. I know that we didn't dine together the next year, because young Barker swore he wouldn't put his feet under the same mahogany with such a very contemptible scoundrel as that Mixer, and Nibbles, who borrowed money at Valparaiso from young Stubbs, who was then a waiter at a restaurant, didn't like to meet such people. When I bought a number of shares in the Coyote Tunnel in Mugginsville in '54, I thought I'd take a run up there and see it. I stopped at the Empire Hotel, and after dinner I got a horse and rode around town and out to the claim. One of those individuals whom newspaper correspondents called our intelligent informant, and to whom in all small communities the right to answer questions is tacitly yielded, was quietly pointed out to me. Habit had enabled him to work and talk at the same time, and he never pretermitted either. He gave me a history of the claim, and added, "You see, stranger," he addressed the bank before him, "gold is sure to come out of that there claim." He put in a comma with his pick. "But the old proprietor," he wiggled out the word and the point of his pick, "warn't of much account," a long stroke of the pick for a period. "He was green, and let the boys around here jump him." And the rest of his sentence was confined to his hat, which he had removed to wipe his manly brow with his red bandana. I asked him who was the original proprietor. "His name were Fagg." I went to see him. He looked a little older and plainer. He had worked hard, he said, and was getting on so-so. I took quite a liking to him and patronized him to some extent. Whether I did so because I was beginning to have a distrust for such fellows as Rattler and Mixer is not necessary for me to state. You remember how the Coyote Tunnel went in, and how awfully we shareholders were done? Well, the next thing I heard was that Rattler, who was one of the biggest shareholders, was up in Mugginsville keeping bar for the proprietor of the Mugginsville Hotel, and that old Fagg had struck it rich, and didn't know what to do with his money. All this was told to me by Mixer, who had been there settling up matters, and likewise that Fagg was sweet upon the daughter of the proprietor of the aforesaid hotel. And so, by hearsay and letter, I eventually gathered that old Robbins, the hotel man, was trying to get up a match between Nellie Robbins and Fagg. Nellie was a pretty, plump, and foolish little thing that would do just as her father wished. I thought it would be a good thing for Fagg, if he should marry and settle down, that as a married man he might be of some account. So I ran up to Mugginsville one day to look after things. It did me an immense deal of good to make Rattler mix my drinks for me. Rattler, the gay, brilliant, and unconquerable Rattler, who had tried to snub me 2 years ago. I talked to him about Old Fagg and Nellie, particularly as I thought the subject was distasteful. He never liked Fagg, and he was sure, he said, that Nellie didn't. Did Nellie like anybody else? He turned around to the mirror behind the bar and brushed up his hair. I understood the conceited wretch. I thought I'd put Fagg on his guard and get him to hurry up matters. I had a long talk with him. You could see by the way the poor fellow acted that he was really stuck. He sighed and promised to pluck up courage and hurry matters to a crisis. Nellie was a good girl, and I think had a sort of quiet respect for Old Fagg's unobtrusiveness. But her fancy was already taken captive by Rattler's superficial qualities, which were obvious and pleasing. I don't think Nellie was any worse than you or I. We are more apt to take acquaintances at their apparent value than their intrinsic worth. It's less trouble, and except when we want to trust them, quite as convenient. The difficulty with women is that their feelings are apt to get interested sooner than ours, and then, you know, reason is out of the question. This is what Old Fagg would have known had he been of any account, but he wasn't, so much the worse for him. It was a few months afterward, and I was sitting in my office, when in walked Old Fagg. I was surprised to see him down, but we talked over the current topics in a mechanical manner of people who know that they have something else to say, but were obligated to get at it in that formal way. After an interval, Fagg, in his natural manner, said, "I'm going home." "Going home?" "Yes, that's it. I think I'll take a trip to the Atlantic States. I came to see you, as you know I have some little property, and I have executed a power of attorney for you to manage my affairs. I have some papers I'd like to leave with you. Will you take charge of them?" "Yes," I said, "but what of Nellie?" His face fell. He tried to smile, and the combination resulted in one of the most startling and grotesque effects I have ever beheld. At length he said, "I shall not marry Nellie. That is," he seemed to apologize internally for the positive form of expression, "I think that I had better not." "David Fagg," I said with sudden severity, "you're of no account." To my astonishment, his face brightened. "Yes," he said, "that's it. I'm of no account. But I always knew it. You see, I thought Rattler loved that girl as well as I did, and I knew she liked him better than she did me, and would be happier, I dare say, with him. But then I knew that old Robbins would have preferred me to him, as I am better off, and the girl would do as he said. And you see, I thought I was kinder in the way. So I left. But," he continued, as if I were about to interrupt him, "for fear the old man might object to Rattler, I've lent him enough to set him up in business for himself in Dogtown. A pushing, active, brilliant fellow, you know, like Rattler, can get along, and will soon be in his old position again. And you needn't be hard on him, you know, if he doesn't. Good-bye." I was too much disgusted by his treatment of that Rattler to be at all amiable, but as his businesses were profitable, I promised to attend to it, and he left. A few weeks passed. The return steamer arrived, and a terrible incident occupied the papers for days afterward. People in all parts of the States conned eagerly to the details of the awful shipwreck, and those who had friends aboard went away by themselves, and read the long list of the lost underneath their breath. I read of the gifted, the gallant, the noble, and loved ones who had perished, and among them I think I was the first to read the name David Fagg. For the man of no account had gone home. End of The Man of No Account by Bret Harte. A Moonlight Fable. From The Door in the Wall and Other Stories by H.G. Wells. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. A Moonlight Fable by H.G. Wells. There once was a little man whose mother made him a beautiful suit of clothes. It was green and gold and woven so that I cannot describe how delicate and fine it was, and there was a tie of orange fluffiness that tied up under his chin, and the buttons in their newness shone like stars. He was proud and pleased by his suit beyond measure, and stood before the long looking-glass when first he put it on, so astonished and delighted with it that he could hardly turn himself away. He wanted to wear it everywhere and show it to all sorts of people. He thought of all the places he had ever visited, and all the scenes he had ever heard described, and tried to imagine what the feel of it would be if he were to go now to those scenes and places wearing his shining suit. And he wanted to go forthwith into the long grass and the hot sunshine of the meadow wearing it. Just to wear it. But his mother told him no. She told him he must take great care of his suit, for never would he have another nearly so fine. He must save it, and only wear it on rare and great occasions. It was his wedding suit, she said. And she took his buttons and twisted them up with tissue paper for fear their bright newness should be tarnished. And she tacked little guards over the cuffs and elbows, and wherever the suit was most likely to come to harm. He hated and resisted these things, but what could he do? And at last her warnings and persuasions had effect, and he consented to take off his beautiful suit and fold it into its proper creases, and put it away. It was almost as though he gave it up again. But he was always thinking of wearing it, and of the supreme occasion when some day it might be worn without the guards, without the tissue paper on the buttons, utterly and delightfully, never caring, beautiful beyond measure. One night, when he was dreaming of it, after his habit, he dreamed he took the tissue paper from one of the buttons and found its brightness a little faded. That distressed him mightily in his dream. He polished the poor faded button and polished it, and if anything it grew duller. He woke up and lay away thinking of the brightness a little dulled, and wondering how he would feel if, perhaps when the great occasion, whatever it might be, should arrive, one button should chance to be ever so little short of its first glittering freshness. And for days and days that thought remained with him, distressingly. When next his mother let him wear his suit, he was tempted, and nearly gave way to the temptation, just to fumble off one of the little pieces of tissue paper and see if indeed the buttons were keeping as bright as ever. He went trimly along on his way to church, full of this wild desire. For you must know his mother did, with repeated and careful warnings, let him wear his suit at times, on Sundays, for example, to and fro from church, when there was no threat of rain, no dust, nor anything to injure it, with its buttons covered, and its protections tacked upon it, and a sunshade in his hand to shadow it if there seemed too strong a sunlight for its colors. And always on such occasions he brushed it over and folded it exquisitely, as she had taught him, and put it away again. Now all these restrictions his mother set to the wearing of his suit he obeyed. Always he obeyed them, until one strange night he woke up and saw the moonlight shining outside his window. It seemed to him that the moonlight was not common moonlight, nor the night a common night, and for a while he lay quite drowsily with this odd persuasion in his mind. Thought joined to thought like things that whisper warmly in the shadows. Then he sat up in his little bed suddenly, very alert, with his heart beating very fast, and a quiver in his body from top to toe. He had made up his mind. He knew now that he was going to wear his suit as it should be worn. He had no doubt in the matter. He was afraid, terribly afraid, but glad. He got out of his bed and stood a moment by the window, looking at the moonshine-flooded garden, and trembling at the thing he meant to do. The air was full of a minute clamor of crickets, and murmurings of the infinitesimal shouting of little living things. He went very gently across the creaking boards, for fear that he might wake the sleeping house, to the big dark clothes press wherein his beautiful suit lay folded, and he took it out garment by garment, and softly and very eagerly tore off its tissue paper covering and its tacked protections, until there it was, perfect and delightful, as he had seen it when first his mother had given it to him, a long time, it seemed, ago. Not a button had tarnished, not a thread had faded on this dear suit of his. He was glad enough for weeping, as, in a noiseless hurry, he put it on. And then back he went, soft and quick, to the window, and looked out into the garden, and stood there for a moment, shining in the moonlight, with his buttons twinkling like stars, before he got out on the sill and, making as little of a rustling as he could, clambered down to the garden path below. He stood before his mother's house, and it was white and nearly as plain as by day, with every window blind but his own shut like an eye that sleeps. The trees cast still shadows like intricate black lace upon the wall. The garden in the moonlight was very different from the garden by day. Moonshine was tangled in the hedges, and stretched in phantom cobwebs from spray to spray. Every flower was gleaming white or crimson black, and the air was aquiver with the twittering of little crickets and nightingales singing unseen in the depths of the trees. There was no darkness in the world, but only warm, mysterious shadows, and all the leaves and spikes were edged and lined with iridescent jewels of dew. The night was warmer than any night had ever been, and the heavens, by some miracle, once vaster and nearer, and spite of the great ivory-tinted moon that ruled the world, the sky was full of stars. The little man did not shout nor sing for all his infinite gladness. He stood for a time like one awe-stricken, and then, with a queer small cry and holding out his arms, he ran out as if he would embrace at once the whole warm, round immensity of the world. He did not follow the neat set paths that cut the garden squarely, but thrust across the beds and through the wet, tall, scented herbs, through the nightstock and the nicotine, and the cluster of phantom white mallow flowers, and through the thickets of southern wood and lavender, and knee-deep across a wide space of mignonette. He came to the great hedge, and he thrust his way through it, and though the thorns of the brambles scored him deeply and tore threads from his wonderful suit, and though burrs and goosegrass and haveners caught and clung to him, he did not care. He did not care, for he knew it was all part of the wearing for which he had longed. "I am glad I put on my suit," he said. "I am glad I wore my suit." Beyond the hedge he came to a duck pond, or at least to what was a duck pond by day. But by night it was a great bowl of silver moonshine, all noisy with singing frogs, of wonderful silver moonshine, twisted and clotted with strange patterns, and the little man ran down to its water between the thin black rushes, knee-deep and waist-deep, and to his shoulders, smiting the water to black and shining wavelets with either hand, swaying and swirling wavelets, amid which the stars were netted in the tangled reflection of the brooding trees upon the bank. He waited until he swam, and so he crossed the pond and came out on the other side, trailing, as it seemed to him, not duckweed, but very silver in long, clinging, dripping masses. And up he went, through the transfigured tangles of the willow herb and the uncut seeding grass on the further bank, and so he came glad and breathless into the high road. "I am glad," he said, "beyond measure, that I had clothes to fit this occasion." The high road ran straight as an arrow flies, straight into the deep blue pit of the sky, beneath the moon, a white and shining road between the singing nightingales, and along it he went, running now and leaping, and now walking and rejoicing, in the clothes his mother had made for him with tireless, loving hands. The road was deep in dust, but that for him was only soft whiteness, and as he went a great dim moth came fluttering around his wet and shimmering and hastening figure. At first he did not heed the moth, and then he waved his hands at it and made a sort of dance with it as it circled around his head. "Soft, moth," he cried, "dear moth, a wonderful night of the world. Do you think my clothes are beautiful, dear moth? As beautiful as your scales and all this silver vesture of the earth and sky?" The moth circled closer and closer, until at last its velvet wings just brushed his lips. The next morning they found him dead, with his neck broken, in the bottom of a stone pit, with his beautiful clothes all bloody and foul and stained with duckweed from the pond. But his face was a face of such happiness that, had you seen it, you would have understood indeed how that he had died happy, never knowing the cool and streaming silver for the duckweed in the pond. End of a Moonlight Fable. From The Door in the Wall and Other Stories by H.G. Wells. One Summer Night. From Can Such Things Be? By Ambrose Bierce. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. One Summer Night by Ambrose Bierce. The fact that Henry Armstrong was buried did not seem to him to prove that he was dead. He had always been a hard man to convince. That he really was buried, the testimony of his senses compelled him to admit. His posture, flat upon his back, with his hands crossed upon his stomach, and tied with something that he easily broke without profitably altering the situation. The strict confinement of his entire person, the black darkness and profound silence, made a body of evidence impossible to controvert, and he accepted it without cavil. But dead? No. He was only very, very ill. He had, withal, the invalid's apathy, and did not greatly concern himself about the uncommon fate that had been allotted to him. No philosopher was he, just a plain, commonplace person, gifted, for the time being, with a pathological indifference. The organ that he feared consequences with was torpid. So, with no particular apprehension for his immediate future, he fell asleep, and all was peace with Henry Armstrong. But something was going on overhead. It was a dark summer night, shot through with infrequent shimmers of lightning, silently firing in the clouds lying low in the west, and portending a storm. These brief, stammering illuminations brought out with ghastly distinctness the monuments and headstones in the cemetery, and seemed to set them dancing. It was not a night in which any credible witness was likely to be straying into the cemetery, so the three men who were there, digging into the grave of Henry Armstrong, felt reasonably secure. Two of them were young students from a medical college a few miles away. The third was a gigantic Negro known as Jess. For many years Jess had been employed about the cemetery as a man of all work, and it was his favorite pleasantry that he knew every soul in the place. From the nature of what he was now doing, it was inferable that the place was not so populous as its register might have shown it to be. Outside the wall, at the part of the grounds farthest from the public road, was a horse and a light wagon waiting. The work of excavation was not difficult. The earth with which the grave had been loosely filled a few hours before offered little resistance and was soon thrown out. Removal of the casket from its box was less easy, but it was taken out, for it was a prerequisite of Jess, who carefully unscrewed the cover and laid it aside, exposing the body in black trousers and a white shirt. At that instant the air sprang into flame. A crackling shock of thunder shook the stunned world, and Henry Armstrong tranquilly sat up. With inarticulate cries the men fled in terror, each in a different direction, for nothing on earth could the two of them have been persuaded to return. In the gray of the morning the two students, pallid and haggard from anxiety, and with the terror of their adventure still beating tumultuously in their blood, met at the medical college. "You saw it?" cried one. God, yes. What are we to do? They went around to the rear of the building, where they saw a horse attached to a light wagon, hitched to a gatepost near the door of the dissecting room. Mechanically, they entered the room. On a bench in the obscurity sat the Negro Jess. He rose, grinning, all eyes and teeth. "I'm waiting for my pay," he said. Stretched naked, on a long table lay the body of Henry Armstrong, the head defiled with blood and clay from a blow with a spade. End of One Summer Night by Ambrose Bierce.
The Other Side of the Hedge by E.M. Forster. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Other Side of the Hedge by E.M. Forster. My pedometer told me that I was 25, and though it is a shocking thing to stop walking, I was so tired that I sat down on a milestone to rest. People outstripped me, jeering as they did so, but I was too apathetic to feel resentful, and even when Miss Eliza Dimbleby, the great educationist, swept past, exhorting me to persevere, I only smiled and raised my hat. At first I thought I was going to be like my brother, whom I had had to leave by the roadside a year or two round the corner. He had wasted his breath on singing and his strength on helping others. But I had traveled more wisely, and now it was only the monotony of the highway that oppressed me. Dust underfoot and brown crackling hedges on either side, ever since I could remember. And I had already dropped several things. Indeed, the road behind was strewn with the things we all had dropped, and the white dust was settling down on them, so that already they looked no better than stones. My muscles were so weary that I could not even bear the weight of those things I still carried. I slid off the milestone into the road and lay there prostrate with my face to the great parched hedge, praying that I might give up. A little puff of air revived me. It seemed to come from the hedge, and when I opened my eyes, there was a glint of light through the tangle of boughs and dead leaves. The hedge could not be as thick as usual. In my weak, morbid state, I longed to force my way in and see what was on the other side. No one was in sight, or I should not have dared to try, for we of the road did not admit in conversation that there is another side at all. I yielded to the temptation, saying to myself that I would come back in a minute. The thorns scratched my face, and I had to use my arms as a shield, depending on my feet alone to push me forward. Halfway through I would have gone back, for in the passage all the things I was carrying were scraped off me, and my clothes were torn. But I was so wedged that return was impossible, and I had to wriggle blindly forward, expecting every moment that my strength would fail me and that I should perish in the undergrowth. Suddenly cold water closed round my head, and I seemed sinking down forever. I had fallen out of the hedge into a deep pool. I rose to the surface at last, crying for help, and I heard someone on the opposite bank laugh and say, "Another!" And then I was twitched out and laid panting on the dry ground. Even when the water was out of my eyes, I was still dazed, for I had never been in so large a space, nor seen such grass and sunshine. The blue sky was no longer a strip, and beneath it the earth had risen grandly into hills, clean bare buttresses with beech trees in their folds, and meadows and clear pools at their feet. But the hills were not high, and there was in the landscape a sense of human occupation, so that one might have called it a park or garden, if the words did not imply a certain triviality and constraint. As soon as I got my breath, I turned to my rescuer and said, "Where does this place lead to?" "Nowhere, thank the Lord," said he, and laughed. He was a man of 50 or 60, just the kind of age we mistrust on the road. But there was no anxiety in his manner, and his voice was that of a boy of 18. "But it must lead somewhere," I cried, too much surprised at his answer to thank him for saving my life. "He wants to know where it leads," he shouted to some men on the hillside, and they laughed back and waved their caps. I noticed then that the pool into which I had fallen was really a moat which bent round to the left and to the right, and that the hedge followed it continually. The hedge was green on this side, its roots showed through the clear water, and fish swam about in them, and it was wreathed over with dog roses and traveller's joy. But it was a barrier, and in a moment I lost all pleasure in the grass, the sky, the trees, the happy men and women, and realized that the place was but a prison for all its beauty and extent. We moved away from the boundary, and then followed a path almost parallel to it across the meadows. I found it difficult walking, for I was always trying to outdistance my companion, and there was no advantage in doing this if the place led nowhere. I had never kept step with anyone since I left my brother. I amused him by stopping suddenly and saying disconsolately, "This is perfectly terrible. One cannot advance, one cannot progress. Now we of the road—" "Yes, I know." I was going to say, "We advance continually." "I know." "We are always learning, expanding, developing. Why, even in my short life I have seen a great deal of advance. The Transvaal War, the fiscal question, Christian Science, radium. Here, for example, I took out my pedometer, but it still marked 25, not a degree more. Oh, it stopped! I meant to show you. It should have registered all the time I was walking with you, but it makes me only 25. "Many things don't work in here," he said. "One day a man brought in a Lee Metford, and that wouldn't work. The laws of science are universal in their application. It must be the water in the moat that has injured the machinery. In normal conditions, everything works. Science and the spirit of emulation, those are the forces that have made us what we are." I had to break off and acknowledge the pleasant greetings of people whom we passed. Some of them were singing, some talking, some engaged in gardening, haymaking, or other rudimentary industries. They all seemed happy, and I might have been happy too if I could have forgotten that the place led nowhere. I was startled by a young man who came sprinting across our path, took a little fence in fine style, and went tearing over a plowed field till he plunged into a lake, across which he began to swim. Here was true energy, and I exclaimed, "A cross-country race! Where are the others?" "There are no others," my companion replied, and later on, when we passed some long grass from which came the voice of a girl singing exquisitely to herself, he said again, "There are no others." I was bewildered at the waste in production, and murmured to myself, "What does it all mean?" He said, "It means nothing but itself," and he repeated the words slowly, as if I were a child. "I understand," I said quietly, "but I do not agree. Every achievement is worthless unless it is a link in the chain of development. And I must not trespass on your kindness any longer. I must get back somehow to the road and have my pedometer mended." "First, you must see the gates," he replied, "for we have gates, though we never use them." I yielded politely, and before long we reached the moat again, and a point where it was spanned by a bridge. Over the bridge was a big gate, as white as ivory, which was fitted into a gap in the boundary hedge. The gate opened outwards, and I exclaimed in amazement, for from it ran a road, just such a road as I had left, dusty underfoot, with brown crackling hedges on either side as far as the eye could reach. "That's my road!" I cried. He shut the gate and said, "But not your part of the road. It is through this gate that humanity went out countless ages ago, when it was first seized with the desire to walk. I denied this, observing that the part of the road I myself had left was not more than 2 miles off. But with the obstinacy of his years, he repeated, "It is the same road. This is the beginning, and though it seems to run straight away from us, it doubles so often that it is never far from our boundary, and sometimes touches it." He stooped down by the moat and traced on its moist margin an absurd figure, like a maze. As we walked back through the meadows, I tried to convince him of his mistake. The road sometimes doubles, to be sure, but that is part of our discipline. Who can doubt that its general tendency is onwards? To what goal we know not. It may be to some mountain where we shall touch the sky. It may be over precipices into the sea. But that it goes forward? Who can doubt that? It is the thought of that makes us strive to excel, each in his own way, and gives us an impetus which is lacking with you. Now that man who passed us, it's true that he ran well, and jumped well, and swam well, but we have men who can run better, and men who can jump better, and who can swim better. Specialization has produced results which would surprise you. Similarly, that girl—" Here I interrupted myself to exclaim, "Good gracious me! I could have sworn it was Miss Eliza Dimbleby over there, with her feet in the fountain." He believed that it was. "Impossible! I left her on the road, and she is due to lecture this evening at Tunbridge Wells. Why, her train leaves Cannon Street in— Of course, my watch has stopped like everything else. She is the last person to be here." People always are astonished at meeting each other. All kinds come through the hedge, and come at all times. When they are drawing ahead on the race, when they are lagging behind, when they are left for dead. I often stand near the boundary listening to the sounds of the road. You know what they are, and wonder if anyone will turn aside. It is my great happiness to help someone out of the moat, as I helped you, for our country fills up slowly, though it was meant for all mankind. "Mankind have other aims," I said gently, for I thought him well-meaning, "and I must join them." I bade him good evening, for the sun was declining, and I wished to be on the road by nightfall. To my alarm, he caught hold of me, crying, "You are not to go yet." I tried to shake him off, for we had no interests in common, and his civility was becoming irksome to me. But for all my struggles, the tiresome old man would not let go, and, as wrestling is not my specialty, I was obliged to follow him. It was true that I could have never found alone the place where I came in, and I hoped that, when I had seen the other sights about which he was worrying, he would take me back to it. But I was determined not to sleep in the country, for I mistrusted it, and the people too, for all their friendliness. Hungry though I was, I would not join them in their evening meals of milk and fruit, and when they gave me flowers, I flung them away as soon as I could do so unobserved. Already they were lying down for the night like cattle, some out on the bare hillside, others in groups under the beeches. In the light of an orange sunset, I hurried on with my unwelcome guide, dead tired, faint for want of food, but murmuring indomitably, "Give me life, with its struggles and victories, with its failures and hatreds, with its deep moral meaning and its unknown goal." At last we came to a place where the encircling moat was spanned by another bridge, where another gate interrupted the line of the boundary hedge. It was different from the first gate, for it was half transparent like horn, and opened inwards. But through it, in the waning light, I saw again just such a road as I had left, monotonous, dusty, with brown crackling hedges on either side as far as the eye could reach. I was strangely disquieted at the sight, which seemed to deprive me of all self-control. A man was passing us, returning for the night to the hills with a scythe over his shoulder and a can of some liquid in his hand. I forgot the destiny of our race. I forgot the road that lay before my eyes. I sprang at him, wrenched the can out of his hand, and began to drink. It was nothing stronger than beer, but in my exhausted state it overcame me in a moment. As in a dream, I saw the old man shut the gate and heard him say, "This is where your road ends, and through this gate humanity, all that is left of it, will come in to us." Though my senses were sinking into oblivion, they seemed to expand ere they reached it. They perceived the magic song of nightingales, and the odor of invisible hay, and stars piercing the fading sky. The man whose beer I had stolen lowered me down gently to sleep off its effects, and as he did so, I saw that he was my brother. End of The Other Side of the Hedge by E.M. Forster.
The Queen's Cat by Margaret Frances Peggy Bacon. From The Lords of the Housetops, 13 Cat Tales. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Queen's Cat by Peggy Bacon. Once there was a great and powerful king who was as good as gold and as brave as a lion, but he had one weakness, which was a horror of cats. If he saw one through an open window, he shuddered so that his medals jangled together and his crown fell off. If anyone mentioned a cat at the table, he instantly spilled his soup all down the front of his ermine. And if by any chance a cat happened to stroll into the audience chamber, he immediately jumped onto his throne, gathering his robes around him and shrieking at the top of his lungs. Now this king was a bachelor, and his people didn't like it. So, being desirous of pleasing them, he looked around the neighboring royal families and hit upon a very sweet and beautiful princess, whom he asked in marriage without any delay, for he was a man of action. Her parents gave their hearty consent, and the pair were married at her father's palace, and after the festivities were over, the king sped home to see to the preparation of his wife's apartments. In due time she arrived, bringing with her a cat. When he saw her mounting the steps with the animal under her arm, the king, who was at the door to meet her, uttering a horrid yell, fell in a swoon, and had to be revived with spirits of ammonia. The courtiers hastened to inform the queen of her husband's failing, and when he came to, he found her in tears. "I cannot exist without a cat," she wept. "And I, my love," replied the king, "cannot exist with one." "You must learn to bear it," she said. "You must learn to live without it," he said. "But life would not be worth living without a cat," she wailed. "Well, well, my love, we will see what we can do," sighed the king. "Suppose," he went on, "you kept it in the round tower over there. Then you could go and see it." "Shut up my cat that has been used to running around in the open air," cried the queen. "Never." "Suppose," suggested the king again, "we made an enclosure for it of wire netting." "My dear," cried the queen, "a strong cat like mine would climb out in a minute." "Well," said the king once more, "suppose we give it the palace roof, and I will keep out of the way." "That is a good scheme," said his wife, drying her eyes. And they immediately fitted up the roof with a cushioned shelter, and a bed of catnip, and a bench where the queen might sit. There the cat was left, and the queen went up 3 times a day to feed it, and twice as many times to visit it, and for almost 2 days that seemed the solution of the problem. Then the cat discovered that by making a spring to the limb of an overhanging oak tree, it could climb down the trunk and go where it liked. This it did, making its appearance in the throne room, where the king was giving an audience to an important ambassador. Much to the amazement of the latter, the monarch leapt up screaming, and was moreover so upset that the affairs of state had all to be postponed till the following day. The tree was, of course, cut down, and the next day the cat found crawling down the gutter was just as easy, and jumped in the window while the court was at breakfast. The king scrambled onto the breakfast table, skillfully overturning the cream and the coffee with one foot, while planting the other in the poached eggs, and wreaking untold havoc upon the teacups. Again the affairs of state were postponed while the gutters were ripped off the roof, to the fury of the head gardener, who had just planted his spring seeds in the beds around the palace walls. Of course, the next rain washed them all away. This sort of thing continued. The wisteria vine, which had covered the front of the palace for centuries, was ruthlessly torn down. The trellises along the wings soon followed, and finally an ancient grape arbor had perforce to be removed, as it proved a sure means of descent for the invincible cat. Even then, he cleverly utilized the balconies as a ladder to the ground, but by this time the poor king's nerves were quite shattered, and a doctor was called in. All he could prescribe was total abstinence from the cat, and the queen, tearfully finding a home for her pet, composed herself to live without one. The king, well cared for, soon revived, and was himself again, placidly conducting the affairs of state, and happy in the society of his beloved wife. Not so much the latter. Before long it was noticed that the queen grew wan, was often heard to sniff, and seen to wipe her eyes, would not eat, could not sleep. In short, the doctor was again called in. "Dear, dear," he said disconsolately, combing his long beard with his thin fingers, "this is a difficult situation indeed. There must not be a cat on the premises, or the king will assuredly have a nervous prostration. Yet the queen must have a cat, or she will pine away with nostalgia." "I think I had best return to my family," sobbed the poor queen dejectedly. "I'll bring you nothing but trouble, my own." "That is impossible, my dearest love," said the king decidedly. "Here my people have so long desired me to marry, and now that I am at last settled in a matrimonial way, we must not disappoint them. They enjoy a queen so much. It gives them something pretty to think about. Besides, my love, I am attached to you myself, and could not possibly manage without you. No, my dear, there may be a way out of our difficulties, but that certainly is not it." Having delivered which speech, the king lapsed again into gloom, and the doctor, who was an old friend of the king's, went away sadly. He returned, however, the following day with a smile tangled somewhere in his long beard. He found the king sitting mournfully by the queen's bedside. "Would your majesty," began the doctor, turning to the queen, "object to a cat that did not look like a cat?" "Oh, no," she said earnestly. "Just so it's a cat." "Would your majesty," said the doctor again, turning to the king, "object to a cat that did not look like a cat?" "Oh, no," he cried, "just so it doesn't look like a cat." "Well," said the doctor, beaming, "I have a cat that is a cat, and doesn't look any more like a cat than a skillet. I should be only too honored to present it to the queen, if she would be gracious as to accept it." Both the king and queen were overjoyed, and thanked the doctor with tears in their eyes. So the cat, for it was a cat though you never would have known it, arrived and was duly presented to the queen, who welcomed it with open arms and felt better immediately. It was a long, wiry, long-legged creature, with no tail at all, and large ears like sails, a face like a lean isosceles triangle with a nose at the very sharp apex, eyes small and yellow like flat buttons, brown fur short and coarse, and large floppy feet. It had a voice like a screaming siren, and its name was Rosamond. The king and queen were both devoted to it, she because it was a cat, he because it seemed anything but a cat. No one indeed could convince the king that it was not a beautiful animal, and he had made for it a handsome collar of gold and amber, to match, he said sentimentally, its lovely eyes. In sooth, So ugly a beast never had such a pampered and luxurious existence, certainly never so royal a one. Appreciating its good fortune, it never showed any inclination to depart, and the king, the queen, and Rosamund lived happily ever after. The end of The Queen's Cat by Peggy Bacon. A Revolt of the Gods, from the collected works of Ambrose Bierce, Volume 8. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. A Revolt of the Gods by Ambrose Bierce. My father was a deodorizer of dead dogs. My mother kept the only shop for the sale of cat's meat in my native city. They did not live happily. The difference in social rank was a chasm that could not be bridged by the vows of marriage. It was indeed an ill-assorted and most unlucky alliance, and as might have been foreseen, it ended in disaster. One morning, after the customary squabbles at breakfast, my father rose from the table, quivering and pale with wrath, and proceeding to the parsonage, thrashed the clergyman who had performed the marriage ceremony. The act was generally condemned, and the public feeling ran so high against the offender that people would permit dead dogs to lie on their property until the fragrance was deafening rather than employ him, and the municipal authorities suffered one bloated old mastiff to utter itself from the public square in so clamorous an exhalation that passing strangers supposed themselves to be in the vicinity of a sawmill. My father was indeed unpopular. During these dark days, the family's sole dependence was on my mother's emporium for cat's meat. The business was profitable. In that city, which was the oldest in the world, the cat was an object of veneration. Its worship was the religion of the country. The multiplication and addition of cats were a perpetual instruction in arithmetic. Naturally, any inattention to the wants of a cat was punished by great severity in this world and the next, so my good mother numbered her patrons by the 100. Still, with an unproductive husband and 17 children, she had some difficulty in making both ends cat's meat. And at last the necessity of increasing the discrepancy between the cost price and the selling price of her carnal wares drove her to an expedient which proved eminently disastrous. She conceived the unlucky notion of retaliating by refusing to sell cat's meat until the boycott was taken off her husband. On the day she put this resolution into practice, the shop was thronged with excited customers, and others extended in turbulent and restless masses up 4 streets, out of sight. Inside, there was nothing but cursing, crowding, shouting, and menace. Intimidation was freely resorted to. Several of my younger brothers and sisters were threatened with cutting up for cats. But my mother was as firm as a rock, and the day was a black one for Sardasa, the ancient and sacred city that was the scene of these events. The lockout was vigorously maintained, and 750,000 cats went to bed hungry. The next morning the city was found to have been placarded during the night with a proclamation from the Federated Union of Old Maids. This ancient and powerful order averred through its supreme executive head that the boycotting of my father and the retaliatory lockout of my mother were seriously imperiling the interests of religion. The proclamation went on to state that if arbitration were not adopted by noon that day, all the old maids of the Federation would strike, and strike they did. The next act of this unhappy drama was an insurrection of cats. These sacred animals, seeing themselves doomed to starvation, held a mass meeting and marched in procession through the streets, swearing and spitting like fiends. This revolt of the gods produced such consternation that many pious persons died of fright, and all business was suspended to bury them and pass terrifying resolutions. Matters were now about as bad as it seemed possible for them to be. Meetings among representatives of the hostile interests were held, but no understanding was arrived at that would hold. Each agreement was broken as soon as made, and each element of the discord was frantically appealed to the people. A new horror was in store. It will be remembered that my father was a deodorizer of dead dogs, but was unable to practice his useful and humble profession because no one would employ him. The dead dogs, in consequence, reeked rascally. Then they struck. From every vacant lot and public dumping ground, from every hedge and ditch and gutter and cistern, every crystal rill and the clappered waters of all the canals and estuaries, from all the places, in short, which from time immemorial have been preempted by dead dogs and consecrated to the uses of them and their heirs and successors forever, they trooped innumerous, a ghastly crew. Their procession was a mile in length. Midway of the town it met the procession of cats in full song. The cats instantly exalted their backs and magnified their tails. The dead dogs uncovered their teeth as in life, and erected such of their bristles as still adhered to the skin. The carnage which ensued was too awful for relation. The light of the sun was obscured by flying fur, and the battle was waged in the darkness, blindly and regardless. The swearing of cats was audible for miles away, while the fragrance of the dead dogs desolated 7 provinces. How the battle might have resulted is impossible to say, but when it was at its fiercest, the Federated Union of Old Maids came running down the side street and sprang into the thickest of the fray. A moment later my mother herself bore down upon the warring hosts, brandishing a cleaver and laying about her with great freedom and impartiality. My father joined the fight, and the municipal authorities engaged, and the general public, converging on the battlefield from all points of the compass, consumed itself in the center as it pressed in from the circumference. Last of all, the dead held a meeting in the cemetery and resolved on a general strike, began to destroy vaults, tombs, monuments, headstones, willows, angels, and young sheep in marble, everything they could lay their hands on. By nightfall, the living and the dead were alike exterminated, and where the ancient and sacred city of Sardasa had stood, nothing remained but the excavation filled with dead bodies and building materials, shreds of cat and blue patches of decaying dog. The place is now a vast pool of stagnant water in the center of a desert. The stirring events of those few days constituted my industrial education, and so well have I improved my advantages that I am now chief of misrule to the Dukes of Disorder, an organization numbering 13 million American workmen. The end of A Revolt of the Gods by Ambrose Bierce.
Right always remains right. Translated by Albert Henry Vladislav. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Gould. Right always remains right. There was once upon a time a huntsman, who had a son, who was also a huntsman. He sent his son into a foreign land to look about him and learn something additional. Here he went into a tavern, where he found a stranger with whom he entered into conversation. They told each other all the news, till they also began to talk about right and wrong. The stranger asserted that the greatest wrong could be made right for money. But the huntsman opined that right always remained right, and offered to bet $300 upon it if the stranger would do the same. The stranger was content therewith, and they agreed to ask 3 advocates the question at once. They went to the first advocate, and he said that it was possible to make wrong right for money. They then went to another. He also asserted that wrong could be made right for money. Finally they went to a third. He also told them that wrong could be made right for money. Then they went back again, and as they had been going about the whole day, it wasn't till late in the evening that they got to their tavern. The stranger then asked the huntsman whether he still disbelieved that the greatest wrong could be made right for money. And the huntsman replied he should soon be obliged to believe it on the assertion of the 3 advocates, although he was very unwilling to do so. The stranger was willing to grant him his life if he consented to pay $300. But as they were talking about it, in came a man who over-persuaded the stranger that he must needs abide by what they had previously agreed upon. He did not, however, do this, but only with a red-hot iron took his eyesight from him, and told him at the same time that he would then and only then believe that right remained right in the world when the huntsman regained his sight. The huntsman entreated the host of the tavern to put him on the right road to the town. He put him on the road to the gallows, and went his way. When the huntsman had gone a little further, there was the end of the road, and he heard it strike 11. He couldn't go any further, and remained lying where he was, in hope that perhaps somebody would come there in the morning. After a short time he heard a clatter, and soon somebody came up. Nor was it long before a second and a third arrived. These were 3 evil spirits, who quitted their bodies in the night time, and perpetrated all manner of villainy in the world. They began to talk together, and one said, "Today it is a year and a day since we were here together, and related the good deeds that we had done during the year before. A year has again elapsed, and it is therefore time that we should ascertain which of us has done the best action during the past year." The first spoke, and said, "I have deprived the inhabitants of the city of Ramul of their water supply. They can only be helped if somebody finds out what it is that stops up the spring." "What's that?" said the second, and the first replied, "I have placed a great toad on the spring, out of which the water at other times flowed. If that be removed, the water will spring up again as before." The second said, "I have caused the beauty of the Princess of Sarahosky to disappear, and herself to fade away to skin and bones. She cannot be helped until the silver nail, which hangs above her bed, be pulled out." The third said, "Yesterday I caused a person to be deprived of his eyesight with a red-hot iron. He can only be helped by washing his eyes with the water that is in the well not far from this gallows." It then struck 12 in the town, and the 3 disappeared at once. But the huntsman remembered all that he had heard, and rejoiced that it was in his power to regain his eyesight. Early on the morrow he heard somebody passing by, and begged him to send him people from the town to tell where the healing spring was. Then all manner of people came to him, but no one could show him the spring, save at length one old woman. He caused himself to be led thither, and as soon as he had washed his eyes in it, he immediately obtained his eyesight again. He now asked the way to the city of Ramul, and went thither. As soon as he arrived, he told the town council that he would restore them their water. But plenty of people had been there already, and the city had spent a great deal of money upon them, yet no one had effected aught. So, as it had been all in vain, they intended to have nothing more to do with the matter. Well, he said that he would do it all for nothing, only they must give him some laborers to help him. It was done. When they had dug as far as the place where the pipes through which the water used to flow were laid into the spring, he sent all the workmen away, and dug a little further himself, and behold, a toad, like a boiler, was sitting on the spring. He removed it, and immediately the water began to flow, and ere long all the fountains were filled with water. The citizens got up a grand banquet in his honor, and paid him a large sum of money for what he had done. He then went on, and came to Sarahosky. Then in a short time he learned that the princess was ill, just as he had heard, and that no physician was able to help her. Moreover, that the king had promised that the person who could cure her malady should obtain her to wife. He therefore equipped himself very handsomely, went to the king's palace, and there declared that he had come from a far country, and would cure the princess. The king replied to him that he had scarce any hope left, but would nevertheless make the experiment with him. The huntsman said that he would fetch his medicine. He went out and bought all manner of sweet comfits, then went to the princess. He gave her a first dose, and looked about to see in what part of her bed's head the silver nail was sticking. Early on the second day he came again. gave her again some of his medicine, took the opportunity of laying hold of the nail, and pulled it till it began to move. In the afternoon the princess felt that she was better. The third day he came again, and while the princess was taking the medicine, pulled again at the bed's head, pulled the nail clean out, and put it secretly into his pocket. At noon the princess was so far recovered that she wanted to have her dinner, and the king invited the huntsman to a grand banquet. They settled when the wedding was to take place, but the huntsman considered that he must first go home. And when he had got home, he went again to the tavern where he had lost the sight of his eyes, and the stranger was there also. They began to tell each other all the news, and the huntsman related what he had heard under the gallows, how he had discovered the water, and finally how he had regained the sight of his eyes, and said that the stranger must now believe that in the world right always remained right. The stranger marvelled exceedingly, and said that he would believe it. After this the huntsman went on and came to his princess, and they had a grand wedding festival which lasted a whole week. The stranger bethought himself that he too would go under the gallows. Peradventure he might also hear some such things as the huntsman had heard, and might in consequence also obtain a princess to wife. And when the year had elapsed, he also went there. He heard it strike one, and in a short time he heard a clatter. Then up came somebody again, and it wasn't long before a second and a third arrived. They began to talk together, and one said, "It cannot but be that some one overheard us last year, and through that everything that we have done is ruined. Let us, therefore, make a careful search before we again recount to each other what we have done." They immediately began to search, and found the stranger. They tore him into 3 pieces, and hung them up on the 3 corners of the gallows. When the old king died, they took the huntsman for king, and if he has not died, he is reigning still at the present day, and firmly believes that in his realm right will always remain right. End of Right Always Remains Right. Recording by Philip Gould.
The Russian Quarter by Thomas Burke. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Tomlinson, London, March 2017. I had known the Quarter for many years before it interested me. It was not until I was prowling around on a Fleet Street assignment that I learnt to hate it. A murder had been committed over a café in Lupin Street, a popular murder, fruity, cleverly done, and with a sex interest. Of course, every newspaper and agency developed a virtuous anxiety to track the culprit, and all resources were directed to that end. Journalism is perhaps the only profession in which so fine a public spirit may be found. So it was that the North Country paper of which I was a hanger-on flung every available man into the fighting line. And the editor told me that I might, in place of the casual paragraphs for the London letter, do something good on the Vasilov murder. It was a night of cold rain, and the pavements were dashed with smears of light from the shop windows. Through the streaming streets my hansom leapt, and as I looked from the window and noted the despondent biliousness of Bethnal Green, I realized that the grass withereth, the flower fadeth. I dismissed the cab at Brick Lane, and continuing the tradition which had been instilled into me by my predecessor on the London letter, I turned into one of the hostelries and had a vodka to keep the cold out. Little Russia was shutting up. The old shawled women who sit at every corner with huge baskets of black bread and sweet cakes were departing beneath umbrellas. The stalls of Osborne Street, usually dressed with foreign-looking confectionery, were also retiring. Indeed, everybody seemed to be slinking away, and as I sipped my vodka and felt it burn me with a raw fire, I cursed news editors and all publics which desired to read about murders. I was perfectly sure that I shouldn't do the least good, so I had another, and gazed through the kaleidoscopic window, rushing with rain, at the cheerful world that held me. Oh, so sad it is, this quarter. By day the streets are a depression, with their frowsy doss-houses and their vapour baths. Grey and sickly is the light, grey and sickly too are the leering shops, and grey and sickly are the people and the children. Everything has followed the grass and the flowers. Childhood has no place, so above the roofs you may see the surly points of a council school. Such games as happen are played but listlessly, and each little face is smirched. The gaunt warehouses hardly support their loping heads, and the low, beetling, garbled houses of the alleys seem for ever to brood on nights of bitter adventure. Fit objects for contempt by day they may be, but when night creeps upon London, the hideous darkness that can almost be touched, then their faces become very powers of terror, and the cautious soul, wandering from the comfort of the main streets, walks and walks in a frenzy, seeking outlet and finding none. Sometimes a hoarse laugh will break sharp on his ear. Then he runs. Well, I finished my second, and then sauntered out. As I was passing a cruel-looking passage, a girl stepped forward. She looked at me, I looked at her. She had the haunting melancholy of Russia in her face, but her voice was as the voice of cocaine, for she spoke and said, "Funny-looking little guy, ain't you?" I suppose I was, so I smiled and said, "We are as God made us, old girl." She giggled. I said I felt I should do no good on the Vasilov murder. I didn't, for just then 2 of her friends came out of the court, each with a boy. It was apparent that she had no boy. I had no idea what the occasion might be, but the other 4 marched ahead crying, "Come on!" And surprised, yet knowing of no good reason for being surprised, I felt the girl's arm slip into mine, and we joined the main column. That is one of London's greatest charms. It is always ready to toss you little encounters of this sort, if you are out for them. Across the road we went, through the mire and puddle, and down a long, winding court. At about midway our friends disappeared, and, suddenly drawn to the right, I was pushed from behind up a steep, fusty stair. Then I knew where we were going. We were going to the tenements where most of the Russians meet of an evening. The atmosphere in these places is a little more cheerful than that of the cafes, if you can imagine a Russian ever rising to cheerfulness. Most of the girls lodge over the milliners' shops, and thither their friends resort. Every establishment here has a piano, for music, with them, is a sombre passion rather than a diversion. You will not hear comic opera, but if you want to climb the lost heights of melody, stand in Bell Yard and listen to a piano lost in the high glooms, wailing the heart of Chopin or Rubinstein or Glazunov through the fingers of pale, moist girls, while the ghost of Peter the Painter parades the naphthalid byways. At the top of the stair I was pushed into a dark, fusty room and guided to a low, fusty sofa or bed. Then someone struck a match, and a lamp was lit and set on the mantel-shelf. It flung a soft, caressing radiance on its shabby home and on its mistress and on the other girls and boys. The boys were tough youngsters of the district, evidently very much at home, smoking Russian cigarettes and settling themselves on the bed in a manner that seemed curiously continental in Cockney toughs. I doubt if you would have loved the girls at that moment, and yet, you know, their black or brassy hair, their untidiness, and the cotton blouse half dropped from their tumultuous breasts. The girl who had collared me disappeared for a moment, and then brought a tray of Russian tea. "Help selves, boys." We did so, and watching the others I discovered that it was the correct thing to lemon the ladies' tea for them and stir it well and light their cigarettes. I did so for Katerina. That was her name, while she watched me with little truant locks of hair running everywhere, and a slow, alluring smile that seemed to hold all the agony and mystery of the steppes. The room, on which the wallpaper hung in dank strips, contained a full-sized bed in a chair bedstead, a washstand, a samovar, a potpourri of a carpet, and certain mysteries of feminine toilet. A rickety three-legged table stood by the window, and Katerina's robes hung in a dainty riot of frill and colour behind the door, which only shut when you thrust a peg of wood through a wired catch. One of the boys sprawled himself in clumsy luxury on the bed, and his girl arranged herself at his side, and when she was settled her hair tumbled in a shower of hairpins, and everybody laughed like children. The other girl went to the piano, and her boy squatted on the floor at her feet. She began to play. You would not understand, I suppose, the intellectual emotion of the situation. It is more than curious to sit in these rooms, in the filthiest spot in London, and listen to Mussorgsky, Tchaikovsky, and Sibelius, played by a factory girl. It is something indefinable. I had visited similar places in Stepney before, but then I had not had a couple of vodkas, and I had not been taken in tow by an unknown girl. They play and play while tea and cigarettes and sometimes vodka or whisky go round, and as the room gets warmer, so does one's sense of smell get sharper, so do the pale faces get moister, and so does one long more and more for a breath of cold air from the Ural Mountains. The best you can do is to ascend to the flat roof and take a deep breath of Spitalfields ozone, then back to the room for more tea and more music. Sanya played, despite the unventilated room, the greasy appointments and other details that would have turned the stomach of Kensington. That girl at the piano, her dress cunningly disarranged, playing as no one would have dreamed she could play, the finer intensities of Wieniawski and Mussorgsky, shook all sense of responsibility from me. The burdens of life vanished. News editors and their assignments be damned. Enjoy yourself was what the cold, insidious music said. Take your moments when the fates send them. That was life's best lesson. Snatch the joy of the fleeting moment. Why ponder on time and tears? Devilish little fingers they were, Sanya's. Her technique was not perhaps all that it might have been. She might not have won the gold medal of our white-shirted academies, but she had enough temperament to make half a dozen Bechstein Hall virtuosi. From valse to nocturne, from sonata to prelude, her fancy ran. With crashing chords she dropped from L'Automne Bacchanale to the nocturne in E-flat, scarcely murmured of that, then tripped elvishly into Mussorgsky's waltz, and from that she dropped to a song of Tchaikovsky almost heartbreaking in its childish beauty, and then to the lecherous music of the second act of Tristan. Mazurka, polonaise and nocturne wailed in the stuffy chamber. Her little hands lit up the enchanted gloom of the place with bright thrills, until the bed and the dingy surroundings faded into phantoms and left only two stark souls in colloquy, Katerina's and mine. Katerina had settled, I forgot how, on the sofa and was reclining very comfortably with her head on my shoulder and both arms about me. We did not talk. No question passed as to why we had picked one another up. There we were, warmed with vodka and tea, at 11 o'clock at night, 5 stories above the clamorous world, while her friend shook the silly souls out of us. With the shy boldness of my native country, I stretched a hand and enclosed her fingers. She smiled, a curious smile that no other girl in London could have given. Not a flushed smile, or a startled smile, or a satisfied smile, or a coy smile, but a smile of companionship which seemed to have realized the tragedy of our living. So it was that she had, by slow stages, reached her comfortable position. For as my hand wandered from finger to wrist, from wrist to soft rounded arm, and so enclosed her neck, she slipped and buried me in an avalanche of flaming, scented tresses. Sonia at the piano shot a glance over her shoulder, a very sad, gay glance. She laughed curiously. I almost said foreignly. I felt somehow as though I had been taken complete possession of by these people. I hardly belonged to myself. Fleet Street was but a street of dream. I seemed now to be awake and in an adorable captivity. With a final volley of chords, the pianist slid from the chair and sat by her boy on the carpet, smoothing his face with tobacco-stained fingers and languishing while her thick, over-ripe lips took his kisses as a baby bird takes food from its mother. We talked, all of us, in jerks and snatches. Then the oil in the lamp began to give out, and the room grew dim. Someone said, "Play something," and someone said, "Too tired." The girl reclining on the bed grew snappy. She did not lean for caresses. She seemed morose, preoccupied, almost impatient. Twice she snapped up her boy on a casual remark. I believe I talked vodka'd nonsense. But suddenly there came a whisper of soft feet on the landing, and a secret tap at the door. Someone opened it and slipped out. One heard the lazy hum of voices in busy conversation. Then silence, and someone entered the room and shut the door. One of the boys asked, casually, "What's up?" His question was not answered, but the girl who had gone to the door snapped something in a sharp tone which might have been either Russian or Yiddish. Katerina loosened herself from me and sat up. The girl on the bed sat up. The three of them spat angry phrases about. I called over to one of the boys. "What's the joke? Anything wrong?" and received the polite, "How should I know? I ain't a ruddy Russian, am I?" Katerina suddenly drew back her flaming face. "Here," she said, "you'd better go." "Go? Yes, fathead, go's what I said." "But," I began, looking and feeling like a flabbergasted cat. "Don't I speak plain? Go." I suppose a man never feels a finer idiot than when a woman tells him she doesn't want him. If he ever does, it is when a woman tells him that she loves him. Katerina had given me the bullet, and, of course, I felt a fool, but I derived some consolation from the fact that the other boys were being told off. Clearly, big things were in the air, about to happen. Something, evidently, had already happened. I wondered. Then I sat down on the sofa and flatly told Katerina that I was not going unless I had a reason. "Oh," she said blithely, "ain't you? This is my room, ain't it? I brought you here, and you stay here just as long as I choose, and no longer. Who do you think you are, saying you won't go? This is my room. I let you come here for a drink, and you just got to go when I say. See?" I was about to make a second stand, when again there came a stealthy tap at the door, and the whispering of slippered feet. Sanya glided to the door, opened it, and disappeared. In a moment she came back and called, "Rena." Katerina slipped from my embrace, went to the door, and disappeared too. One girl and three boys remained, in silence. Next moment Katerina reappeared and said something to Sanya. Sanya pulled her boy by the arm and went out. The other girl pushed her boy at the neck and literally threw him out. Katerina came over to me and said, "Go, little fool." I said, "Shan't unless I know what the game is." She stood over me, glared, searched for words to meet the occasion, found none. She gestured. I sat as rigid as an immobile comedian. Finally she flung her arms and swept away. At the door she turned. "Blasted little fool. He'll do us both in if you ain't careful. You don't know him. Both of us he'll have. Serve ye right." She disappeared. I was alone. I heard the sup of her slippered feet down the stair. I got up and moved to the door. I heard nothing. I stood by the window, my thoughts dancing a ragtime. I wondered what to do and how and whether. I wondered what was up exactly. I wondered, well, I just wondered. My thoughts got into a tangle, sank and swam and sank again. Then there was a struggle and a spurt from the lamp, and it went black out. From a room across the landing a clock ticked menacingly. I saw by the thin light from the window the smoke of a discarded cigarette curling up and up to the ceiling like a snake. I went again to the door, peering down the steep stair and over the crazy balustrade. Nobody was about, no voices. I slipped swiftly down the 5 flights, met nobody. I stood in the slobbered vestibule. From afar I heard the sluck of the waters against the staples of the wharves, and the wicked hoot of the tugs. It was then that a sudden nameless fear seized me. It was that simple terror that comes from nothing but ourselves. I am not usually afraid of any man or thing. I am normally nervous, and there are 3 or 4 things that have power to terrify me. But I am not, I think, afraid. But at that moment, however, I was afraid of everything. Of the room I had left, of the house, of the people, of the inviting lights of the warehouses and the threatening shoals of the alleys. I stood a moment longer, then I raced into Brick Lane and out into the brilliance of Commercial Street. End of The Russian Quarter by Thomas Burke.
The Two Husbands by Carolyn Wells. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Dale Grothman. The Two Husbands by Carolyn Wells. Once upon a time there were 2 men, each of whom married the woman of his choice. One man devoted all his energies to getting rich. He was so absorbed in acquiring wealth that he worked day and night to accomplish his end. By this means, he lost his health, he became a nervous wreck, and was so irritable and irascible that his wife ceased to live with him and returned to her parents' house. The other man made no effort to earn money, and after he had spent his own and his wife's fortunes, poverty stared them in the face. Although his wife had loved him fondly, she could not continue her affection toward one who could not support her. So she left him and returned to her childhood home. Morals. This fable teaches that the love of money is the root of all evil, and that when poverty comes in at the door, love flies out of the window. The end of The Two Husbands by Carolyn Wells.
White and Yellow by Jack London. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. White and Yellow by Jack London. San Francisco Bay is so large that often its storms are more disastrous to ocean-going craft than is the ocean itself in its violent movements. The waters of the bay contain all manner of fish, wherefore its surface is plowed by the keels of all manner of fishing boats manned by all manner of fishermen. To protect the fish from this motley floating population, many wise laws have been passed, and there is a fish patrol to see that these laws are enforced. Exciting times are the lot of the fish patrol. In its history more than one dead patrolman has marked defeat, and more often dead fishermen across their illegal nets have marked success. Wildest among the fisherfolk may be accounted the Chinese shrimp catchers. It is the habit of the shrimp to crawl along the bottom in vast armies till it reaches fresh water, when it turns about and crawls back again to the salt. And where the tide ebbs and flows, the Chinese sink great bag nets to the bottom, with gaping mouths, into which the shrimp crawls and from which it is transferred to the boiling pot. This in itself would not be bad, were it not for the small mesh of the nets, so small that the tiniest fishes, little new hatched things, not a quarter of an inch long, cannot pass through. The beautiful beaches of Points Pedro and Pablo, where are the shrimp catchers' villages, are made fearful by the stench from myriads of decaying fish, and against this wasteful destruction it has ever been the duty of the fish patrol to act. When I was a youngster of 16, a good sloop sailor and all round bay waterman, my sloop, The Reindeer was chartered by the Fish Commission, and I became for the time being a deputy patrolman. After a deal of work among the Greek fishermen of the upper bay and rivers, where knives flashed at the beginning of trouble and men permitted themselves to be made prisoners only after a revolver was thrust in their faces, we hailed with delight an expedition to the lower bay against the Chinese shrimp catchers. There were 6 of us in 2 boats, and to avoid suspicion we ran down after dark and dropped anchor under a projecting bluff of land known as Point Pinole. As the east paled with the first light of dawn, we got under way again, and hauled close on the land breeze as we slanted across the bay towards Point Pedro. The morning mists curled and clung to the water so that we could see nothing, but we busied ourselves driving the chill from our bodies with hot coffee. Also, we had to devote ourselves to the miserable task of bailing, for in some incomprehensible way the Reindeer had sprung a generous leak. Half the night had been spent in overhauling the ballast and exploring the seams, but the labor had been without avail. The water still poured in, and perforce we doubled up in the cockpit and tossed it out again. After coffee, 3 of the men withdrew to the other boat, a Columbia River salmon boat, leaving 3 of us in the Reindeer. Then the 2 craft proceeded in company till the sun showed over the eastern skyline. Its fiery rays dispelled the clinging vapors, and there, before our eyes, like a picture, lay the shrimp fleet, spread out in a great half moon, the tips of the crescent fully 3 miles apart, and each junk moored fast to the buoy of a shrimp net. But there was no stir, no sign of life. The situation dawned upon us. While waiting for slack water in which to lift their heavy nets from the bed of the bay, the Chinese had all gone to sleep below. We were elated, and our plan of battle was swiftly formed. "Throw each of your 2 men onto a junk," whispered Legrand to me from the salmon boat, "and you make fast to a 3rd yourself. We'll do the same, and there's no reason in the world why we shouldn't capture 6 junks at the least." Then we separated. I put the Reindeer about on the other tack, ran up under the lee of a junk, shivered the mainsail into the wind and lost headway, and forged past the stern of the junk so slowly and so near that one of the patrolmen stepped lightly aboard. Then I kept off, filled the mainsail, and bore away for a 2nd junk. Up to this time there had been no noise, but from the first junk captured by the salmon boat an uproar now broke forth. There was shrill Oriental yelling, a pistol shot, and more yelling. "It's all up. They're warning the others," said George, the remaining patrolman, as he stood beside me in the cockpit. By this time we were in the thick of the fleet, and the alarm was spreading with incredible swiftness. The decks were beginning to swarm with half awakened and half naked Chinese. Cries and yells of warning and anger were flying over the quiet water, and somewhere a conch shell was being blown with great success. To the right of us I saw the captain of a junk chop away his mooring line with an axe, and spring to help his crew at the hoisting of the huge, outlandish lug sail. But to the left the first heads were popping up from below on another junk, and I rounded up the Reindeer alongside long enough for George to spring aboard. The whole fleet was now under way. In addition to the sails, they had gotten out long sweeps, and the bay was being ploughed in every direction by the fleeing junks. I was now alone in the Reindeer, seeking feverishly to capture a 3rd prize. The first junk I took after was a clean miss, for it trimmed its sheets and shot away surprisingly into the wind. But fully half a point it outpointed the Reindeer, and I began to feel respect for the clumsy craft. Realizing the hopelessness of the pursuit, I filled away, threw out the main sheet, and drove down before the wind upon the junks to leeward, where I had them at a disadvantage. The one I had selected wavered indecisively before me, and as I swung wide to make the boarding gentle, filled suddenly and darted away, the smart Mongols shouting a wild rhythm as they bent to the sweeps. But I had been ready for this. I luffed suddenly. Putting the tiller hard down and holding it down with my body, I brought the main sheet in, hand over hand, on the run, so as to retain all possible striking force. The two starboard sweeps of the junk were crumpled up, and then the two boats came together with a crash. The Reindeer's bowsprit, like a monstrous hand, reached over and ripped out the junk's chunky mast and towering sail. This was met by a curdling yell of rage. A big Chinaman, remarkably evil looking, with his head swathed in a yellow silk handkerchief and face badly pockmarked, planted a pike pole on the Reindeer's bow and began to shove the entangled boats apart. Pausing long enough to let go the jib halyards, and just as the Reindeer cleared and began to drift astern, I leapt aboard the junk with a line and made fast. He of the yellow handkerchief and pockmarked face came toward me threateningly, but I put my hand into my hip pocket and he hesitated. I was unarmed, but the Chinese have learned to be fastidiously careful of American hip pockets, and it was upon this that I depended to keep him and his savage crew at a distance. I ordered him to drop the anchor of the junk's bow, to which he replied, "No sabbe." The crew responded in like fashion, and though I made my meaning plain by signs, they refused to understand. Realizing the inexpediency of discussing the matter, I went forward myself, overran the line, and let the anchor go. "Now get aboard, four of you," I said in a loud voice, indicating with my fingers that four of them were to go with me and the fifth was to remain by the junk. The yellow handkerchief hesitated, but I repeated the order fiercely, much more fiercely than I felt, at the same time sending my hand to my hip. Again the yellow handkerchief was overawed, and with surly looks he led three of his men aboard the Reindeer. I cast off at once, and leaving the jib down, steered a course for George's junk. Here it was easier, for there were two of us, and George had a pistol to fall back on if it came to the worst. And here, as with my junk, four Chinese were transferred to the sloop, and one left behind to take care of things. Four more were added to our passenger list from the third junk. By this time the salmon boat had collected its 12 prisoners and came alongside, badly overloaded. To make matters worse, as it was a small boat, the patrolmen were so jammed in with their prisoners that they would have little chance in case of trouble. "You'll have to help us out," said Legrand. I looked over my prisoners, who had crowded into the cabin and on top of it. "I can take 3," I answered. "Make it 4," he suggested, "and I'll take Bill with me." Bill was the third patrolman. "We haven't elbow room here, and in case of a scuffle 1 white to every 2 of them will be just about the right proportion." The exchange was made, and the salmon boat got up its spritsail and headed down the bay toward the marshes off San Rafael. I ran up the jib and followed with the Reindeer. San Rafael, where we were to turn our catch over to the authorities, communicated with the bay by way of a long and tortuous slough, or marshland creek, which could be navigated only when the tide was in. Slack water had come, and, as the ebb was commencing, there was need for hurry if we cared to escape waiting half a day for the next tide. But the land breeze had begun to die away with the rising sun, and now came only in failing puffs. The salmon boat got out its oars and soon left us far astern. Some of the Chinese stood in the forward part of the cockpit, near the cabin doors, and once, as I leaned over the cockpit rail to flatten down the jib sheet a bit, I felt some one brush against my hip pocket. I made no sign, but out of the corner of my eye I saw that the yellow handkerchief had discovered the emptiness of the pocket, which had hitherto overawed him. To make matters serious, during all the excitement of boarding the junks the Reindeer had not been bailed, and the water was beginning to slush over the cockpit floor. The shrimp catchers pointed at it and looked to me questioningly. "Yes," I said. "Bimeby alle same down very quick. You no bail now. Sabbe?" No, they did not sabbe, or at least they shook their heads to that effect, though they chattered most comprehendingly to one another in their own lingo. I pulled up 3 or 4 of the bottom boards, got a couple of buckets from a locker, and by unmistakable sign language invited them to fall to. But they laughed, and some crowded into the cabin and some climbed up on top. Their laughter was not good laughter. There was a hint of menace in it, a maliciousness which their black looks verified. The Yellow Handkerchief, since his discovery of my empty pocket, had become most insolent in his bearing, and he wormed about among the other prisoners, talking to them with great earnestness. Swallowing my chagrin, I stepped down into the cockpit and began throwing out the water. But hardly had I begun when the boom swung overhead, the mainsail filled with a jerk, and the Reindeer heeled over. The day wind was springing up. George was the veriest of landlubbers, so I was forced to give over bailing and take the tiller. The wind was blowing directly off Point Pedro and the high mountains behind, and because of this was squally and uncertain, half the time bellying the canvas out, and the other half flapping it idly. George was about the most all-around helpless man I had ever met. Among his other disabilities he was a consumptive, and I knew that if he attempted to bail it might bring on a hemorrhage. Yet the rising water warned me that something must be done. Again I ordered the shrimp catchers to lend a hand with the buckets. They laughed defiantly, and those inside the cabin, the water up to their ankles, shouted back and forth with those on top. "You'd better get out your gun and make them bail," I said to George. But he shook his head and showed all too plainly that he was afraid. The Chinese could see the funk he was in as well as I could, and their insolence became insufferable. Those in the cabin broke into the food lockers, and those above scrambled down and joined them in a feast on our crackers and canned goods. "What do we care?" George said weakly. I was fuming with helpless anger. "If they get out of hand it will be too late to care. The best you can do is to get them in check right now." The water was rising higher and higher, and the gusts, forerunners of a steady breeze, were growing stiffer and stiffer. And between the gusts the prisoners, having gotten away with a week's grub, took to crowding first to one side and then to the other till the Reindeer rocked like a cockleshell. Yellow Handkerchief approached me, and, pointing out his village on the Point Pedro beach, gave me to understand that if I turned the Reindeer in that direction and put them ashore, they, in turn, would go to bailing. By now the water in the cabin was up to the bunks, and the bedclothes were sopping. It was a foot deep on the cockpit floor. Nevertheless I refused, and I could see by George's face that he was disappointed. "If you don't show some nerve, they'll rush us and throw us overboard," I said to him. "Better give me your revolver if you want to be safe." "The safest thing to do," he chattered cravenly, "is to put them ashore. I, for one, don't want to be drowned for the sake of a handful of dirty Chinamen." "And I, for another, don't care to give in to a handful of dirty Chinamen to escape drowning," I answered hotly. "You'll sink the Reindeer under us all at this rate," he whined. "And what good that'll do I can't see." "Every man to his taste," I retorted. He made no reply, but I could see he was trembling pitifully. Between the threatening Chinese and the rising water he was beside himself with fright, and more than the Chinese and the water, I feared him and what his fright might impel him to do. I could see him casting longing glances at the small skiff towing astern, so in the next calm I hauled the skiff alongside. As I did so, his eyes brightened with hope, but before he could guess my intention, I stove the frail bottom through with a hand axe, and the skiff filled to its gunwales. "It's sink or float together," I said, "and if you'll give me your revolver I'll have the Reindeer bailed out in a jiffy." "They're too many for us," he whimpered. "We can't fight them all." I turned my back on him in disgust. The salmon boat had long since passed from sight behind a little archipelago known as the Marin Islands, so no help could be looked for from that quarter. Yellow Handkerchief came up to me in a familiar manner, the water in the cockpit slushing against his legs. I did not like his looks. I felt that beneath the pleasant smile he was going to put on his face there was an ill purpose. I ordered him back, and so sharply that he obeyed. "Now keep your distance," I commanded, "and don't you come closer." "Wha' fo'?" he demanded indignantly. "I t'ink talkee heap good." Talkee," I answered bitterly, for I knew now that he had understood all that passed between George and me. "What for talkee? You no sabbe talkee." He grinned in a sickly fashion. "Yep, I sabbe velly much. I honest Chinaman." "All right," I answered. "You sabbe talkee. Then you bail water plenty. After that we talkee." He shook his head, at the same time pointing over his shoulder to his comrades. "No can do. Velly bad Chinaman. Heap velly bad. I t'ink. "Stand back!" I shouted, for I had noticed his hand disappear beneath his blouse and his body prepare for a spring. Disconcerted, he went back into the cabin to hold a council. Apparently from the way the jabbering broke forth. The Reindeer was very deep in the water, and her movements had grown quite loggy. In a rough sea she would have inevitably swamped, but the wind, when it did blow, was off the land, and scarcely a ripple disturbed the surface of the bay. "I think you better head for the beach," George said abruptly, in a manner that told me his fear had forced him to make up his mind to some course of action. "I think not," I answered shortly. "I command you," he said in a bullying tone. "I was commanded to bring these prisoners into San Rafael," was my reply. Our voices were raised, and the sound of the altercation brought the Chinese out of the cabin. "Now will you head for the beach?" This from George, and I found myself looking into the muzzle of his revolver, of the revolver he dared use on me, but was too cowardly to use on the prisoners. My brain seemed smitten with a dazzling brightness. The whole situation in all its bearings was focused sharply before me: the shame of losing the prisoners, the worthlessness and cowardice of George, the meeting with Legrand and the other patrolmen, and the lame explanation. And then there was the fight I had fought so hard, victory wrenched from me just as I thought I had it within my grasp. And out of the tail of my eye I could see the Chinese crowding together by the cabin doors and leering triumphantly. It would never do. I threw my hand up and my head down. The first act elevated the muzzle, and the second removed my head from the path of the bullet which went whistling past. One hand closed on George's wrist, the other on the revolver. Yellow Handkerchief and his gang sprang toward me. It was now or never. Putting all my strength into a sudden effort, I swung George's body forward to meet them. Then I pulled back with equal suddenness, ripping the revolver out of his fingers and jerking him off his feet. He fell against Yellow Handkerchief's knees, who stumbled over him, and the pair wallowed in the bailing hole where the cockpit floor was torn open. The next instant I was covering them with my revolver, and the wild shrimp catchers were cowering and cringing away. But I swiftly discovered that there was all the difference in the world between shooting men who are attacking and men who are doing nothing more than simply refusing to obey. For obey they would not when I ordered them into the bailing hole. I threatened them with the revolver, but they sat stolidly in the flooded cabin and on the roof and would not move. 15 minutes passed, the Reindeer sinking deeper and deeper, her mainsail flapping in the calm. But from off the Point Pedro shore I saw a dark line form on the water and travel toward us. It was the steady breeze I had been expecting so long. I called to the Chinese and pointed it out. They hailed it with exclamations. Then I pointed to the sail and to the water in the Reindeer, and indicated by signs that when the wind reached the sail, what of the water aboard, we would capsize. But they jeered defiantly, for they knew it was in my power to luff the helm and let go the mainsheet so as to spill the wind and escape damage. But my mind was made up. I hauled in the mainsheet a foot or two, took a turn with it, and, bracing my feet, put my back against the tiller. This left me one hand for the sheet and one for the revolver. The dark line grew nearer, and I could see them looking from me to it and back again with an apprehension they could not successfully conceal. My brain and will and endurance were pitted against theirs, and the problem was which could stand the strain of imminent death the longer and not give in. Then the wind struck us. The main sheet tautened with a brisk rattling of the blocks, the boom uplifted, the sail bellied out, and the Reindeer heeled over, over and over, till the lee rail went under, the cabin windows went under, and the bay began to pour in over the cockpit rail. So violently had she heeled over that the men in the cabin had been thrown on top of one another into the lee bunk, where they squirmed and twisted and were washed about, those underneath being perilously near to drowning. The wind freshened a bit, and the Reindeer went over farther than ever. For the moment I thought she was gone, and I knew that another puff like that and she surely would go. While I pressed her under and debated whether I should give up or not, the Chinese cried for mercy. I think it was the sweetest sound I have ever heard. And then, and not until then, did I luff up and ease out the mainsheet. The Reindeer righted very slowly, and when she was on an even keel was so much awash that I doubted if she could be saved. But the Chinese scrambled madly into the cockpit and fell to bailing with buckets, pots, pans, and everything they could lay hands on. It was a beautiful sight to see that water flying over the side. And when the Reindeer was high and proud on the water once more, we dashed away with the breeze on our quarter, and at the last possible moment crossed the mud flats and entered the slough. The spirit of the Chinese was broken, and so docile did they become that ere we made San Rafael they were out with the tow rope, Yellow Handkerchief at the head of the line. As for George, it was his last trip with the fish patrol. He did not care for that sort of thing, he explained, and he thought a clerkship ashore was good enough for him. And we thought so, too. End of White and Yellow, by Jack London.